So just coming towards the end of her test now. She's done her half 20-metre loop from S onto the centre line, back down into the corner from K, and will soon be coming back up the centre line. 18 movements in this test. And a final flourish down the line, keeping as central as possible with your single pony. And down to G, and a Bowers salute and big smile from Henriette. So congratulations to Henriette from Denmark, and Kato, her Nabstrubber pony. Danish heritage breed. They quite often found as horses, often have the spotted coats, the leopard spot coats. And there's quite a history to this heritage breed, but they also come as pony size. One of the few breeds that will extend from pony up to horse size. And wonderful to see Henriette here representing Denmark, driving a Danish pony. So judges will just be finalising their marks, putting together what we call their collectives, which are the marks they give for suppleness and obedience to the driver as well. So the flag's just bobbing in a very gentle breeze here. We are forecast for a bit of rain later on, but we're very much hoping that it holds off until the dressage has ended. Yesterday around the venue here at Exloo, we had some of the sprinklers just keeping the dust around the obstacles down, but otherwise, because they've had quite a wet summer here, they will have, you can see in the background, the trees, the grass, everything's looking very lush and green. So 57.12, 57.12. Remember that for Henriette. You can see quite a variation from the judges. Klaus at C, 125.5, and at P, 133, 139.5 at S. And at V, that was Anne-Marie, she's awarded her 116. So quite a variation. So what we do is take the average from that. So running through 125.5, 129, 139.5116 and 130, but that gives her an average penalty score at the moment going forward of 57.12. Now, a very strong squad has been sent across the channel for Team GB, and making her debut here at a Para Driving World Championship for singles, we're delighted to welcome forward Tracy Spencer. And Tracy, who is here with her long-term coach, who is also helping, supporting and training the team, Sarah Howe. And Tracy wished it to be known that she wouldn't be here without Sarah's support. So Tracy Spencer for Great Britain, making her debut at a World Championship. Driving Cadfac Gentleman Jim. And she is supported on the ground by Harriet Bradford and Sally Bula. She is based in Brighton, which is on the south coast in England. Lovely seaside city. And she started out with driving. She's also a coach for driving for the disabled, and recently scored a first at Windsor Park Equestrian Club. That was the driving club and riding founded by the late Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, who was such a towering figure for all of us in driving. He was the founding father of driven sport, and we owe everything we do here this weekend and for the last 50 or so years to his inspiration and dedication for driving. He was behind the first set of rules, set up the first driving committee, and his presence is still felt in driving. So Tracy Spencer, number 49, second athlete to go in our opening Grade 1 and Grade 2 para equestrian driving classes. So not only is this Tracy's first World Championship, it's actually her first international event. So she's in the Grade 1 section. She's a recipient of the Asta of Hever Trophy, which was presented to her by Princess Anne, who was also a president of the FEI. And she has been involved in riding horses as well as driving them. And she bought her first pony to help a friend, and then has never looked back. Her goal has always been to represent Great Britain, and after 10 years of work and with the support of her coach Sarah Howe, who is here in Exloo with the British team, and although his formal name is Cadfac Gentleman Jim, his stable name is Bill. He's a 12-year-old Welsh Section C, he's gelding. And like all of our drivers, and particularly our para drivers, they have wonderful support teams around them. They all pay tribute to those people who help them get here, not just with funding, but in terms of horse care, the logistics of getting the carriages themselves, everybody around. It's no mean feat, and particularly when you have a stretch of water to cross to get here, as our British and our Irish drivers do. And then once we get on to the American team, and we have Jodie McKean from Australia, from Victoria. They've had some pretty big travelling to do to get here, but we'll talk about them as they come up. But at the moment, Tracy Spencer from the south of England, East Sussex, and her 12-year-old Welsh gelding, Bill. Notice she's got her carriage lamps on her vehicle. Four-wheeler here with the groom sitting what we call a dicky seat perched on the back there. At no point must the groom become involved in the dressage test. No reminding of the movements, no shifting of their weight. We will see the backstepper or groom, as we've traditionally called them. They will be much, much more involved in the marathon, really important part of the team in terms of balancing the vehicle. Tracy just coming to her halt across the centre line. It is the driver who is supposed to be on the centre line. You'll note that whether you ride or drive, sometimes it's the nose, sometimes it's the front feet, sometimes it's the axle of the carriage, but for this test, it is the driver who should be positioned on that centre line. But the relationship that these drivers have with their horses, they're sitting far behind them. The only physical contact they have is with the hands down to the horse's or pony's mouth. And it's quite incredible, the trust that they have together, the responses that these animals make just through the voice, a tweak of the rein, a shift in your body weight or balance. Having your seat position on the carriage. It's a bit like skiing. If you want to relay to your horses a change in direction or a change in tempo or going from collected to extended and all sorts of things, you can just, through training and through this wonderful relationship, literally shift your weight through your seat, change your core. You'll notice that Tracy's just opened up her frame there to ask for some movement coming down the centre line. Quite interesting to see that, just how she did that. And a nod. So that was the extended trot from D to G. And Tracy Spencer, our second athlete this morning in Exloo, has completed her test. Congratulations to Tracy, really fulfilling a dream right before us. Her first international event and coming straight to World Championships. That's quite an achievement. And congratulations to the team around Tracy. I'm sure there'll be probably some tears of relief as she comes out. Wonderful, super test. So in addition to the 18 movements that they perform in this dressage test, we have number 19, where the athlete is awarded a mark for use of aids, handling of the reins and whip position on the box, which is the technical term for the seat. That's what we call it in driving the box. Accuracy of figures and transitions. The mark must reflect the consistent level of accuracy and the quality of the transition. So for Tracy, we have 62. So that is a mark of 62, which currently puts her into second position. And probably less of a range of marks, so that's very interesting. Henriette seemed to polarise the judges a bit more, but you'll notice we go from 119 to 123, 125, 122.5. So a bit more cohesion between the judges there. So Tracy on a penalty score going forward of 62. But these drivers have to not only remember their test, make sure they haven't over-practiced it with their horses or ponies, because you don't want the pony anticipating the movements. That's sometimes harder to drive than if you're doing it for the first time. So you don't necessarily practice the test as a whole too often. Obviously, if you've got a pony that's been doing it for a number of seasons and the test hasn't been changed, and this is something that we debate at the FEI, is how often to change the dressage test. Should it be after each major championship, be it a European or a World Championship or a Continental Championship? Or do we do it in blocks of 8 years so that you can have several big championships? Because it's quite an art form putting together these tests, and there is actually a dressage committee, driven dressage committee, which includes people like Boyd Excel, the current four-in-hand world champion, and they are advising people. And we get lots of feedback from the drivers as to how often these tests should change, because over time the tests can become a little bit stale. So keeping them fresh, and as part of that, keeping your horses and ponies fresh so they don't know that just as you come onto the centre line they're going to be stopping. It really is all part of the bigger picture in giving everybody, the athletes, their horses, the organisers, judges, everybody, lots to think about and to do, and how often we change and amend the tests from season to season, because quite often when a new test is being rolled out, it will be trialled first of all. For example, the horse pairs test that happened recently, and then you get quite a lot of feedback from the drivers at all levels as to how they get on and how the movements flow. So next in, and the first of a very strong squad who have come from the United States of America. We are delighted, really one of our huge characters in paradriving, Bob Giles, in his mid-70s now, and is a Vietnam veteran, and is quite happy for the world to know that he drives in memory of all his colleagues who were servicemen and US Marines. He was a judge and clinician, and is known amongst his friends as Cowboy Bob. So just waiting for him to come into the arena. He's competed at quite a number of World Championships over the years, and the USA have sent a particularly strong squad this time. They include reigning Grade 1 World Champion Tracy Bowman, who will be driving in the second set. We have divided our paradrivers into 3 sections this morning they're driving through to 1:30 today. So all the way from the west coast of America, right up near the Canadian border. He reckons he's travelled probably between 5,500 to 6,000 miles to get here to northeast Holland. Bob Giles. And not only have Bob and his colleagues had quite a lot of travelling to do, it's only Tracy who was able to bring her own pony. So the rest of the squad have had to lease or hire in or borrow horses and ponies. So not only have they had all the travelling and the logistics of getting here, they've had to familiarise themselves with different horses and ponies. And Bob is driving Brynithon Flyers Magic, the pony here. And we do combine horses and ponies in the para-driving classes. So it was interesting talking to Heine Lertner yesterday, who is probably the most decorated of all our para-drivers, and he was saying, walking the obstacles, he is aware, as his colleagues will be, that this is also a competition which is catering for the horse four-in-hands, because the obstacles are more flowing routes, much more open. He said when they combine with perhaps a pony competition, you have a different feel to the obstacles, so that's something to bear in mind. And he felt that probably some of the drivers who are driving bigger ponies or the horses might have more advantage in the obstacles just because of the amount of ground that can be covered with each stride. So Bob here, who is a veteran of not just the Vietnam War, but also the para-driving championships. He is supported by Barbara Murphy and Deborah Foster. And looking after the whole team is Anna Brooks-Thomas. But there's quite a strong American contingent here. They've definitely come with medals on their mind. And so they have 3 in each team. So each national team, like with the four-in-hands, has 3 athletes. And then we also have some individuals as well. They have Chrissy Aitken, who's coming in part of this first morning session a bit later as an individual. Now you'll notice that Bob's groom is using the whip as a gentle aid there on the pony. That is perfectly permitted. The use of the whip like this, just as a gentle touch, an extension of the 3 aids that we use in driving, the voice, the hands and the whip. They are part of the standard compensating aids, and each athlete, before they started on their entry forms, nominated what they were going to do. So I've got a sheet in front of me that has a list of what they can be do. They can do things like brake can be operated by the groom, the groom can hold a finger loop, and these things are just done by arrangement beforehand. So Bob is grade 1, and a reminder that we do have the grade 1 and 2 athletes competing together, but we have these 2 separate championships operating. And in addition to that, we have the wonderful hand-in-hand competition where a four-in-hand driver is paired with one of the para-equestrians, and the pairing, they could be from the same nation. We've got quite a few from the Netherlands and Germany, who are most represented nations in both categories. They joined together, and it was something introduced by Princess Haya when she was president of the FEI, and in 2006 it was introduced for dressage to pair a para-athlete with a dressage rider, and then in 2010 it was launched in driving, and it's really wonderful. So we have a list of 19 pairs, and we will also be making that presentation of the hand-in-hand trophy. It's sitting in the show office with Cindy Timmer and her team. And that was first introduced in Breda when the para-driving became part of the FEI's repertoire, and actually some of our drivers who are here this weekend, they were also part of that opening event in Breda here in the Netherlands in 2010. The Netherlands has really very much been at the heart of hosting these championships. They were in Germany in Schildau last time in 2021. Obviously we skipped a year. They had been running on even years every 2 years, but before then Kronenberg, Beast. They were in Sandringham at the Royal Estate up in Norfolk in 2014. And previous to that, we'd had 2 editions in Breda. So Holland, very much the beating heart of the para-driving movement. Bob just performing his halt across the centre line there. And just a leap forward there from the halt. Don't forget, this isn't Bob's horse pony. This is a pony he's had to get to know since he's been over here. They're just trotting on nicely, rebalanced, collected from that, and that's all Bob's experience and match play, just regrouping and going on into the next movement. Bob is a gentleman who has a wonderful approach to life. Chatting to him yesterday, he just said, "I'm lucky to be alive. I've had the most incredible life," and wears a glorious smile, just absolutely thrilled to be here, and we are so pleased to have him here as our veteran para-driving representative as well. And just coming down the centre line for the penultimate movement, that's the extension from D to G down that centre line, and halting up at the end, so just between those 2 top markers, that's the G mark. Aiming for the nose, and Bob just moving on. There we go. Board just being removed there at A, so he can leave. Bob Giles from the United States. The star denotes that he is actually a member of the team. So those are Bob's marks in. So total penalty score of 80.56. So running through those marks, again, a bit of variation between the judges. C, Klaus has given him 94, R103, that's Hurkin, our Spanish judge. P from Sweden, 107. V, Anne-Marie, 87. Just running through the marks there. And Stefan at P was 107. So again, another variation between the judges. So that was the third of our para-equestrians to compete today. And next, coming for Italy, Laura Paglici-Riatelli. So she is number 55. Driving a gelding called Blackjack. So Laura is another driver who groom is just holding the whip there. Again, this is all part of the arrangements that have been made beforehand with these standard, what we call compensating aids. Driving the grey. All sorts of different configurations of carriages, and particularly with the para-athletes, we just need to make sure that they are secure and comfortable in the vehicles. So some of them will have footrests, a lot of them can use straps, which aren't necessarily permitted in other areas of the driving, but here Laura's sitting up relatively higher than Bob was in the last vehicle, and the groom's also sitting a bit higher, but that's all fine. What is important is the wheel width has to be of a set width, and this is particularly important when it comes to the marathon and the cones. So there is a set width for the wheels, and that will depend on whether you're driving a single or a pair, pony or horse, or a four-in-hand. Those are all widths, and that was the wheel width was something, the set wheel width was something that came in during Prince Philip's time as one of the rule makers, because when everybody started what we called combined driving, when we had this three-phase driving with the dressage very much based on ridden eventing, that was the first rule book that the driving rules were taken from, and everybody was driving antique carriages, so they could have been agricultural type wagons, or like His Royal Highness, it was called the Balmoral Phaeton, which had to be rebuilt on many occasions because wheels fell off and all sorts of things would happen. But it was the antique wooden carriages that were being driven, and they had different wheel widths. So once they'd finalised the cones phase and they started using these, well, the conical shaped cones, the plastic ones, they did actually start in some of the early events using wooden triangles, and of course when a wooden wheel would hit it, either the wheel or the triangle would break, and certainly the horses didn't like it. So over time, and this was another initiative introduced by Prince Philip, was the shape of the cones, which he based on British traffic cones, and he knew the Chief of Police, as he would do. And they designed between them that what we have now is the modern cone, which is relatively straight down one side, sloped on the inside, and it has can have a bit of a lip on it, just to allow the wheel to pass through, because a lot of the older carriages also had protruding hubcaps. And you'll notice on the modern carriages that are purpose-built for now the competitions, be it, we will probably see a lot of different carriages between the marathon phases and the dressage and cones. It's likely they will use the same vehicles for the cones and the dressage, but we'll be using different vehicles for the marathons. Not always. You can have a single vehicle that you use for all three phases, but by and large at this level you will see each athlete will have at least two vehicles with them here. Some of them might even have an additional exercise vehicle, certainly for the horse fours, if they're driving their horses as singles to exercise them. So the set wheel widths, and if you look, there's a great shot there just on the inside of Laura's wheels. You'll notice they have these disc brakes, which can be hand or more often foot operated. But going back to introducing this set wheel width, so the width from rim to rim of the outside of these wheels is set depending on your class, your category, the size of horse or pony, the combination that you're driving. and then it means that you don't have this constant adjustment which we used to have to stop between all the competitors. It's something that happens in traditional driving. There's a movement called attelage de tradition, and where people are encouraged to drive old vehicles, but it's quite time-consuming changing the wheel widths. And actually, as each of the athletes leaves the arena just off camera, there are a pair of pink cones, and our chief steward, Jan Devari from Belgium, and some of his colleagues, they're measuring each of the wheel width just as they come out. It's standard practice. The bits are checked, the mouth is checked to check that they have a bit that is permitted, and also the wheel width. So that's going on just off camera as everybody exits the arena. So our Italian competitor, Laura, just halting probably a little early on the centre line there. But so far it has been quite a smooth test. Aiming for, just like we do in ridden dressage, you want suppleness, rhythm, straightness, all the things you would expect if you are doing this under saddle, but a different set of aids to ask for it, whereas in ridden dressage you don't want to be talking to your horses. Absolutely what we do here in driving, and different use of the whip, which we call sort of a substitution for the leg. So often the whip is just used gently on the side of the rib cage, and that encourages the horse just to bend. So where you don't have the leg, or just might encourage it to engage a hind leg a little bit more, to ask for a little bit more impulsion, to straighten us up a bit, all sorts of different, it's like a code, and all this will have been sorted out beforehand during the hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of training that each and every one of our athletes has put into being here in Exloo in this late summer sunshine. And very smooth test from Laura there. And she's brought her fan club with her. Laura Paglici Vitelli, and just finishing off there, leaving the arena at a brisk working trot. So Italians do have a team. They've got another driver just coming in our second session this morning. And we have Luca Casatana, who you may remember from Bretoni last year for the World Four-in-Hand Championships. He's here as the sole representative for Italy in the four-in-hands. We'll look forward to seeing him tomorrow. He'll be doing his four-in-hand. So Italy well represented here, and that's Laura just waiting for her score to come up. So puts her into third place at the moment, 63.60. A little bit more cohesion between the judges there. C 122, V 124.5, S 120.5, P 117, and then R very similar 118.5. So interesting, our judge at V, that was Anne-Marie Turbe, who you might remember was president of the jury, and she also adjudicates at a lot of our World Cup indoor events. So she quite highly rated that test from Laura. So coming in now, the second of our British drivers, this is Emily Ham, and this is the first time. Emily has been competing for many years, but it's the first time she's represented Great Britain as one of our para-driving squad. She just recently received her classification, and Emily is somebody who is based in Wales, and she's supported here by her parents, Hammy, her dad. But she has made the squad, which she's absolutely delighted to be. For health reasons, she's had to take some time out of driving, so fantastic to have Emily back representing the squad. She's done an awful lot for youth driving, and in turn, she puts a lot back into driving. She is the junior commissioner for the British Driving Society and absolutely dedicated to the job. Finished at university not so long ago and very dedicated to all areas of carriage driving, not just 3-day eventing. She's been driving since 2012, but turned to the Paras this year. She's 32, started driving with a Shetland pony after going on a tourist ride in York, and progressed through the British Young Drivers System, which was the eventing side, the 1 to 3 day eventing side of British carriage driving. And she's had various Welsh ponies over the years. As a Welsh girl, she's been a great exponent and promoter of our wonderful Welsh breeds. I, too, am a fan of the Welsh ponies. And she's driven both singles and pairs, represented Wales and Great Britain on 5 occasions, back then with her Section C stallion Crossfield Glory. Here she's driving Beechwood Bracken, who is Alfie, and is now at 22, looking very well for his age. They started driving together some time ago. And Emily's just thrilled to have this opportunity to take Alfie abroad and represent the nation. So a proud moment for Emily and all of us that have been supporting her for many years. She's had a 7-year break, but great to have her back again. She's also a driving coach herself and has a master's degree in animal science. So if ever you could be qualified to be here, it's Emily Ham. So very experienced competitor, both on the outdoor and the indoor circuit. In the United Kingdom, we have a very busy and popular what we call indoor carriage driving circuit, and it takes place all through sort of the late autumn right through to early spring months, the length and the breadth of the British Isles. And we have our finals generally sort of early April time, and it goes from very small ponies, which has become an increasingly popular division in carriage driving competing, and all the way up to horses. And it's often now the entry point for many people to driving. They start with this. It's a very welcoming and encouraging movement in the UK. And Emily has been successful both indoors and outdoors over the years. So the movement now, just this free walk from L up to X, so a little bit of a straight line there, up the centre line, just to see if the pony is moving forward straight after the halt. Then back to the side. So the judge there at S, who is Gun Hagring, who is our Swedish judge, gets a really good close-up of the driver and their pony. So now we're into the working trot, which goes round to M, and from M to V. So again, across one of the diagonals, as we say in driving and riding. And this is something that Emily has clearly mastered at home, is asking for that extension. Just the same in riding as in driving, until you have your rhythm, your balance, your straightness, and your collection, you're never going to get your true extension, because the power has to come from behind. A lot of the time you can have this wonderful front leg movement all coming from the shoulder, but it's really, really important that for a true extension you have the movement coming up through the hocks, the quarters, across the back. The self-carriage over the back is very important, particularly in driving. So you've got the whole of the animal working properly and balanced. And that all the energy, when you ask for this more, it's not just about speed, it's not about you want the frame to open up, the paces to become longer. The head might come up a little bit, might open the neck a little bit. That's absolutely fine, but it's just making sure that it's not just about a movement from the front. It's very easy to get caught up on looking at those front legs, but just to make sure that the horse has got plenty of impulsion and spring from behind as well. That's it, Emily's just pushing forward to get herself, you notice that, onto the centre line. That was just, and it's 5 steps, 5 clear steps you want, and for the horse just to stop at the end of the movement, for it not to be too hurried. It can be a bit of a bogey movement, the rein back, and particularly when you're driving a 4-wheeled vehicle, you can get a little bit of articulation on that. Obviously, we'll come later to some of the what we call delayed steering on the 4-in-hand carriages that gets used in the marathon. That's just to stop a little bit of whipping round of the back of the vehicle, but just getting a nice straight rein back, particularly with 4 wheels on the carriage. Again, that's something that takes an awful lot of practice. Emily Ham here, second of the British squad to come through, but the first of the team members. She's joined on the team by Mick Ward and Deborah Daniel. Debbie Daniels and Mick, who have done a huge amount for paradriving in the UK and competed many times abroad, but Emily, first time on this team. So a proud moment for her and for her family. Everybody, you can't completely relax till this last movement's over, but just showing there what Alfie can do so well is just really open up and show real differentiation in his trot. And Emily just nodding in salute and a big smile. She'll be delighted. Very calm, mature test from Emily, using all her competition experience. I'm sure she, like all the athletes today, had a few butterflies. But as Heine Lertner said to me yesterday, if you don't have the nerves and the butterflies, there's no point in doing it. They're not always very comfortable when you get that slight churning in your stomach and your toes go a bit tingly. But the second the competition starts and you come in down that centre line, everything fades and it's worth it. Such a magical feeling. So Emily Ham, number 48. Very interesting to see how the judges viewed that. Some very clear movements, differentiation between her paces, and an accurate test there from Emily. So 64.40. That puts Emily into 4th place. So yeah, quite a variation again. S 127, P 115, C 124, V 114.5, and R 117. So between 2nd and 4th places as far as the judges were concerned. So Emily, a good solid team test for her. That sets up her colleagues Mick and Debbie very well. Now, representing Ireland, Emma Golding and her Lipizzaner Mossi. Emma, who is based in Dublin, Irish capital. Maestoso Master, so very famous prefix there in terms if you follow your Lipizzaner breeding, but known as Mossi. And they're an incredible combination, these two, because not only is Emma pretty much a one-man band, she doesn't have the benefit of a nation's squad around her. She's trying very hard to recruit more para colleagues over in Ireland. In fact, she was yesterday trying to convince Mick and Debbie that they too could be Irish. But she's here with Mossi and will be giving it everything. She travelled over to Exloo earlier in the season, right at the start of the outdoor season, in early spring, just to, as much as anything, get the logistics right for her journey, because Emma has to hoist herself into her driver's seat. They have to get Mossy and the lorry and all the equipment onto the ferries. There's many hundreds of miles of driving, but she set off from home actually about a week ago and has spent some time with Freddie and Lindsay Sotti in Belgium. So she said she had a bit of a holiday, but it was a bit of a working holiday because she was out driving every day, but enjoyed her time with her very generous friends. And that's something we have a lot of the time in driving, particularly with the distances that you have to cover to travel to events. So if you've got these stopping off points for lots of reasons, because it's important that our drivers are well rested and that they're comfortable, they're getting enough sleep, really, really important. And so Emma planned her journey really quite carefully from Ireland, and the logistics, the paperwork for getting from Ireland over here, all the inspections, not particularly easy if you're a British driver either, because of Brexit. The paperwork is very difficult, but it's quite an expensive undertaking as well. But Emma she's got quite a plan here for Mossy. She's made sure that he's done the journey before, but Mossy also has one eye. They're an incredible combination. So the trust they have, the relationship they have. Emma actually is quite a veteran of these events and has competed abroad and at World Championships before, but she feels that Mossy is probably the horse for her that is going to put her into real contention. She works at the veterinary school in Dublin. I'm not even going to attempt her work title because it's not very pithy, but she's also, interestingly, studying for a PhD at the moment in equine metabolic syndrome, so that's EMS. So many of you who own horses will know all about that, linked to Cushing's, to laminitis, all to do with sort of blood sugar in the horses. It can be affected by change in sugars in the grass, all sorts of things. So Emma Golding here is making herself quite an expert in equine metabolic syndrome at the moment. She's studying for a PhD in that. But here she is in the late August sun in Exloo, just going through her dressage test, competing as an individual for Ireland. She rode as a child before taking up driving. And Emma will be quite honest and open about the sheer logistics of being able to drive on a regular basis. She can't, for many reasons, get to drive Mossy as much as she wants to. She needs a lot of help on the ground, as do all our para drivers. And so they don't often get to drive the horses as much as the rest of us might completely take for granted. And we saw Bob having to do a dressage test with a horse that isn't his own or not so familiar with. The mountains that are climbed are indeed show the determination of all our para drivers. But Emma here, and Mossy's looking very supple. Clearly she's managed to carve out plenty of time for training at home. And again, got a great support crew on the ground. And the para drivers, they're all stable together. Their camps are set up quite near the arena, just sort of on the other side of where you see the grandstand. The horses have got their own stabling area, and they're just across the entrance road. So they haven't got too great a distance to travel, but they were all preparing yesterday for these tests today. Each athlete has their own allotted exercise time, and you hear the bells ringing as it comes to an end. We'll have 2 or 3 turnouts in the arenas. And it was quite hot here yesterday afternoon. A lot of the horses, there was some discussion going on about how much training they were actually going to do. Obviously, at this stage, the day before a major championships, you're not going to undo problems or anything. All that should have been done at home in the weeks and months, and indeed for some of these people, years leading up to this point. But just to familiarise the horse with the arenas, with the environment. They're all very seasoned competitors, but they're still animals. So they get used to the new stables, different regimes. A lot of them might be stabled alone at home. A lot of them might be turned out all the time. Obviously, at these sorts of events, there is no turnout. All the animals are stabled. So it's important they get a good leg stretch, particularly after they've been on the box, perhaps for some time. Just help them unwind from the journey too. So final turn onto the centre line for Emma Golding. And Mossy, my Stoso master. Lovely alliterative name there. And a head nod and a big smile from Emma. She's always smiling, but that's a particularly big one. It's number 53, so we'll just wait for the judges just to finalise their marks. They mark each movement, obviously, as they go through. And if you just look closely into all the judging boxes where they're positioned, they also have a couple of assistants with them because it's being just relayed digitally into the system. So phase one for Emma and our drivers so far out of the way. The dressage. And that's a great mark for Emma. That pops her into second place currently. Indeed, she was in some of the judges' eyes, and Klaus at C the first, but at the moment 59.84, which puts her into second place. So we range from 118 at P, which was the third place mark, to 132 at X. So quite a range of marks there. Obviously, each judge in the different position will have a different perspective. They also have all the training in the world. Our judges undergo many years of training and continuing development and all sorts of things, but they will have their preferences, their things that they will award more marks for, and that is why we have three judges. But the one who's sitting at C is also the president of the jury, so they have to be really au fait with all the rules. If there are any problems, it is the POJ, as we call them. They're the ones that would be issuing any penalties or making decisions about eliminations or anything like that, but we will not have that today here in the dressage. So Klaus Christ is our president of the jury for the whole event, and so he is at C. He's assisted by Mrs. Christ, so she will be helping him, writing him, and then Henk sitting next to them both, who is inputting the marks into the computer, so that gets relayed back to the office and obviously to us here in the commentary spot. We are sitting on the top, so from the bottom left of your screen, we're just sitting adjacent to that. So we've got just a view across the top end looking directly into the box, and it is a lovely day. The flag's still fluttering, absolutely ideal conditions, not too hot, not too cold. The rain hasn't come yet, and just a gentle breeze which keeps the ponies and horses lovely and cool. So the penultimate of our first session athletes, and another one of our very well-travelled athletes who is representing the United States of America. This is Chrissy Aitken. She's number 58. So all these, the first two batches of athletes coming forward, they're all in the grade 1 category. So they'll be forward. The grade 2s come later, sort of over lunchtime. But Chrissy there, as you'll notice, has two grooms or assistants on the carriage with her. Again, this is all part of the what we call compensating aids that are notified in advance. And Chrissy is one of the American squad who has had to familiarise herself with a new horse. The American athletes have had to lease horses and ponies to enable them to be here, because the sheer logistics of getting their horses over, and Jodie from Australia has had to do the same. So Chrissy, sorry, is supported by Stacey, Jeeve and Kristen Whittington. Tracy Bowman will be coming later for Team America. So Christina, to use her formal name, she's an up-and-coming para-driving athlete. Last year, she, with her horse Prince Charming, they were second in the intermediate single horse para division at Live Oak International, followed by a win in the intermediate single horse para division at the Kentucky Classic. She's also been successful this year in the intermediate single horse para division at Grand Oaks again and at the Spring Fling, so really making her mark as a driving athlete. Chrissy Aitken from Palmer Heights in Ohio, age 34. Driving Gertie. So one of the first horses we've got through. Just to remind you, our athletes are permitted to drive either a horse or a pony. May suit some of the drivers of horses a little bit better because we've got the bigger flowing obstacles because we're combining the event with the four-in-hand European Championships, but we will have to wait and see. That's for Saturday's marathon. So we have 2 days of dressage, opening with 3 sessions of our para-equestrian, 2 with the grade 1s, and then we will round off with the grade 2s, and then this afternoon at 2:30 we start with the horse four-in-hands. And then we think also of the language barrier. Now, this is a Dutch horse. Obviously, Chrissy is an English speaker, so I dare say she's had to learn some words, some of the command words that will be used with a horse that comes from a different speaking nation. Many years ago, I lived and worked in Bavaria with coach horses, and we used to have to speak to the horses in German. It's just a very basic requirement that you have, something that doesn't get always remembered, but it's not necessarily the words. Obviously, in driving, it's very much the tone of the voice, just like if you're talking to any animal or training your dog or whatever it may be, it's very much the tone of the voice, even with your children. Tone of the voice. So, but something that would be acknowledged and dealt with in the training, and certainly when the athletes who've had to familiarise themselves with different animals, and some of them have been in Europe on several occasions, some of them have come over a bit earlier. Tracy Bowman was saying yesterday that she's had to make several trips over to Europe, also to compete. The American athletes really do have quite a problem with where all the events are. Obviously, the nation is absolutely vast, and Tracy was saying yesterday where they are in California, there's very little driving. Much of the driving is concentrated in probably Carolina, Southern Carolina in particular, and also Florida, Kentucky and Pennsylvania, going up that sort of eastern coast a bit more. That tends to be where a lot of the horse activity is. That said, there's plenty of horse owners all over the nation. The current president of the Carriage Association is a lady called Sally Armstrong, and she's based in Texas, but she'll say that if she wants to go anywhere, it's days and days of traveling. But they don't necessarily get quite as much max practice as we do in Europe, just because of the sheer distances and the number of events. They don't have the volume of events that we have. So we are sport for choice over here, certainly from 1 to 4-star events for all combinations. There's plenty to do, certainly on continental Europe. So it's something we saw Chester Webber as well, and Misty Wrigley, four-in-hand competitors who have to base themselves a lot of the time over in Europe if they wish to be contenders. Both Misty and Chester were in Europe preparing for the Worlds last year. Sadly, Misty didn't make it, but Chester was very much a contender. And then he went on to compete in the Indoor World Cup circuit, which will be starting once again as we finish the outdoor season. But here we have Chrissy Aitken and Gertie from Ohio, and of course, big cheer from this American squad. She's competing as an individual. Don't forget, she's not even doing this with her own horse, so that was a super test from Chrissy. Wow, good for Chrissy. That's a tremendous result. So that puts her into first place, and that was 3 of the judges put her in first place and 2 in second. So that's a tremendous result. She'll be absolutely thrilled, and that, although she's here as an individual for the Americans, that will certainly boost the teammates, and a big cheer as the score has gone up. So at P132, R134.5, S 137.5, V 133, and C 134. So pretty much united, just a little bit more generous from S, but that was a very, very good test. So currently puts Chrissy Aitken into first place. We just have one more to go in the grade ones this morning, and that is going to be Heine Loetter, who, goodness, he could really shake things up. There has been no para-athlete who has been as adorned with medals as Heine, and chatting to him yesterday, he's really looking forward to this, says if he doesn't have his nerves, but we're just going to welcome him in. He's the last of this morning's athletes to drive, and he's representing the team in Germany. But after that, Chrissy Aitken on 52.56 puts a big gap between her and Henriette from Denmark in second place on 57.12. Emma Golden with a lovely test there from Mossy, number 53, she's on 59.84. Her first international event and World Championships in fourth place currently. That's Tracy Spencer on 62. Laura from Italy, number 55, she is 63.44. Emily Ham making her debut as an international paradriver. She is on 64.4. And Bob Giles from the US of A on 80.56. So that is a great result for Chrissy, and I'm sure the American camp will be absolutely delighted with that. So, but next in, there are a few people in driving who've achieved what this incredible man has achieved. Heine Loetter from Germany. He even was at the very first test event for the para-athletes in England and Hartbury in 1998, and he has been at every World Championship. So it was the first events were run under the IPEC, and then in 2010 they became an FEI sport, and Heine has medalled at all of them. Driving Dashwood, who belongs to his wife. His usual horse, Nero, unfortunately sustained just a small injury, so was not able to be here. So Heine is driving this German sports pony, saying a lot finer in build, a bit smaller than Nero, but also a very experienced driving trials pony, and could well shake things up from this morning's order. He certainly has come here not only with individual gold, but certainly team gold on his mind as well. Super experienced competitor. So these two loops off the side just at the first, they are 10-meter deviations, K to E, then E to H. You're trying to remember your dressage tests. A fat bay horse can hardly ever kick. You want to go around an RSVP if you're giving a posh reply to an invitation. That's how, if you're setting up your dressage arena, you can remember your letters. A fat bay mare can hardly ever kick. In the meantime, Heine Loetter in the arena at Exloo, and there has been quite a hush as this superstar of para-driving performs what looks to be a very balanced and accurate test so far, as we would expect. Coming back to the side of the arena at E, just on this double loop movement. It's in collected trot, B to X, half circle, 20 meters, X to E. So it's just a big figure of 8, just I say. Half meters, all these, it's down as 4 separate movements, but you now just a bell ring there, just a bell ring. So I would assume that there's been a slight error of course there, so just there will be a penalty for that gets deducted at the end. Frustration there for Heine, just went the wrong way. Oh gosh, perhaps putting himself under too much pressure. So that's why the bell rang. So a couple of marks just deduced 4 at the end from the total score. They're frustrating for Heine. But that movement was supposed to be BKAL, and he just took a left instead of a right. Easily done in the pressure of competition at this level. Back on course though, 6-second halt at L, and 4 feet in each corner of super square halt there. That's just what you're aiming for, and again that's a movement that takes an awful lot of practice. And up to the X marker, then the free walk to S. And then once you hit the boards, you're aiming just as, that's, as you'll just see there, that was a really good example of how you want to effect coming back into a letter. So you're coming in just beforehand. You don't aim your animal's nose, the pony or horse's nose, straight for the letter. You want to come in just beforehand so that you are on the letter. The horse is on the letter, so that you've got this again clear start and finish to each movement. That's one of the many things the judge is looking for. So back across the centre, coming back to V, between M and V, so the extended trot, and looking for not only the lengthening, as I said, the opening of the frame, impulsion, just to make sure it's coming from behind, not all about that front leg movement, coming from the shoulder or the knees. You can get very caught up in a wonderful high knee action, particularly if you're looking at some of the warm bloods and the hack knees. But you need to make sure that it's coming all that power from behind, and you've got a very balanced opening and extension. The quality, that's actually one of the words that is used in the judging sheet. It is the quality of the trot, and the pace is a regular rhythm. You want in your trot 1 2 1 2. You don't want too much of a change. Judges might be subconsciously counting in their head, and for your walk you want a nice clear 4 beat. So the half circle left, that was of 20 meters, and then we had the 2 loops with the halt and that 5-step rein back. 1 2 3 4 5 clear steps, counting in your head, and turned back towards A, so the right turn round to S, just in the final throes of his test here, finishing off the first of our dressage tests this morning for all the grade 1 para drivers. Heine Lerter from Germany, first of our German drivers. They have a team and individual drivers here, and of course an equally strong squad for the para athletes and for the 4-in-hands. Very much both in certainly podium contention. We would expect both squads to be on the podium. The colour of the medals remains to be seen, but certainly aiming for gold. And Heine, absolutely devoted athlete to these para driving world championships for singles, and just a little sat-nav blip at one point, but a super test otherwise, rounding off this first session this morning here in Exloo at the Hippisch Centrum, the equestrian centre in the province of Drenthe in North East Holland. We're not too far from the German border, and we're also not too far from the North Sea. And perfect weather conditions, beautiful sunshine here in Exloo, as you'll just see from the flags, the nation's flags down the side of this lovely sand arena. Beautifully flat, like the top of a billiard table. So much care goes in. We've got a big team of tractor drivers and ground staff who are just making sure these arenas are beautifully prepped for the competition. It was a hive of activity in here yesterday morning as we had 220 horses, 220, all being individually inspected for the trot up. We had the horse fours that came through, and each athlete brings 5 horses. So just multiplied that by the 39 four-in-hand drivers we've got. So that was a lot of horses to get through, and just all 5 horses coming together. They circle down by those small marquees, the little with the TP tops down there, and then they come forward, and we had 2 lanes with a judge and a vet inspecting each of the horses. 5 of them were asked to be represented. 3 were represented at, just after the initial inspection and were passed. 2 more were represented this morning, and we've just received notification that they were not passed. It's as fit to compete. So that's why we do these inspections, just to make sure the horses have travelled well, that the judges and the vets are absolutely certain that the horse is able to do its job. So putting the welfare of the horse at every point, at every level of competition, making sure its care is the top priority. So that's why we have these inspections, and lots of vets and extremely knowledgeable people in terms of horse care and health, making sure that they're okay. Each of the squads also has their own vet. For Team GB, we've got Rosie travelling with them. So not only do we have vets on site appointed by the organisers and the FEI, they're approved vets, each squad will also have their own vets. So putting him into 3rd place, 58.04. So a couple of the judges had him in 1st place, understandably, but there would have just been a bit of a deduction for the slight deviation. So we range from 2 had him in 1st, 2 in 2nd place, 1 in 4th, and ranging from 130 up to 138.5. So again, another test that they weren't totally united on, but that's why we have 5 wise souls sitting in our judges' boxes. So just to round off, there we have the results after dressage, and Chrissy Aitken will be still absolutely grinning from ear to ear, I'm quite sure. 52.56. That was a super test with Gertie. In 2nd place, she was the 1st athlete to go this morning, Henriette Krostig from Denmark, our only Danish representative. Heine in 3rd place there, Heine Lerter, so the 1st of the German team to drive, 58.04. Emma Golding as an individual from Ireland. She's had some journey to get here. Emma on 59.84. Tracy Spencer, 1st time internationally and at the World Championships. She's on 62. I'm sure she's delighted. Laura Paglici Retelli for Italy. She's also has a colleague here, so there's a team 63.44. Emily Ham making her debut as a British para driver. She is sitting in 7th, 64.4, and Bob Giles, our veteran in more ways than one for Team America, and he is actually on the team as well, 80.56. So we'll just take a short break from proceedings whilst we just prepare for the next set of drivers. We've got one of the Dutch team coming in, Josine de Boer. She's again making her debut as a World Championship, and she is back in a few minutes at 10:35. So we'll just take a short break and be back soon. So welcome back to the second session this morning here in Exloo. So still on our Grade 1 para-driving athletes, and Josine de Boer, who is driving for the first time for the Netherlands. She's on the team. And we have as our current leader, absolutely delighted. I've just been outside and seen some of the American squad, and they're just thrilled with Chrissy's brilliant test first thing this morning. She is currently sitting in first place, 52.56, and had a chance to have a very quick word with Bob Giles. And one of the reasons why he's got that big 80 mark is that when the pony moved on from its halt across the centre line towards the end of the test, and it just went up on its back legs, that was considered a disobedience. So he was actually given 30 penalty marks for that. So that is a disobedience. So that's why Bob has, one of the reasons why he has that fairly big score. But he was saying to me that it's a Welsh pony that he's driving, owned by a lady called Chantal, and it's an absolute marathon expert. And Bob is obviously quite philosophical. He's been a competitor for many years, and he was saying that actually probably having, there's two obstacles just to the side looking at your screen on the left hand side, just out of vision, but you'll see them as the camera pans around during the test. There are two of the marathon obstacles, numbers 1 and 2, and this pony was just halting, facing where those obstacles were. We don't know what goes on in its mind, but it was one of the reasons Bob and I were saying to each other that maybe just that movement away from that. But he said the pony was quite buzzy outside, although it's a very experienced trials pony. It's not his. He's hired it in for these World Championships, but he just found the atmosphere quite electric. So that was interesting, just to get some feedback from Bob Giles on that, as to just why he didn't have the easiest of tests. But he said he's going to make up for it, more than make up for it, tomorrow during the marathon. So he's really excited. He's out there just on the other side of the commentary box as we speak, just sorting out routes for the marathon on Saturday. But the para drivers will have a bit of time off tomorrow. None of them are driving Friday. We're just very much all about the four-in-hands on Friday, so just concentrating on them. But in the meantime, Josine de Boer, so she is a team member for the Netherlands. It's her first time on the team. And another one of our Grade 1 athletes just coming in on the centre line now. that first movement involves entering at A with the halt at X. Just making sure that the driver is on the centre line. And those of you that have been tuned in since first thing this morning, I'm sure you're getting quite familiar with the test now. We have 5 judges and our president of the jury for the whole of the event, not just the World Championships for our paradrivers, but also the foreign hands. There are the European Championships going on for them as well, all running together. And at C, Klaus Kreis from Germany, he is sitting there. He's assisted by Mrs. Kreis, so she is probably the writer. But each of our boxes has 3 people in them, the judge, the writer, and we have somebody operating the computers just to feed back these results to the system. And that's why we can get these collective marks to you so quickly, and then also the averages. So although they are awarded marks out of 10 for each movement, obviously like any dressage test, we work in driving on penalties. So it's a little bit like ridden eventing, on which our whole rule system is based. But unlike in riding, as any of you are watching the European Championships from Le Pen, brilliant coverage from Clip My Horse again with Lucinda Green and Stevie Wild. And you can, as a lot of the riders were doing, certainly Ros Cantor and some of our really successful riders, pretty much finishing on their dressage score. That will never, ever happen in driving, because the marathon is scored very differently. You can never get a 0 score in marathon. It just doesn't happen. We're not doing double clears. You can do a double clear in the cones in the final phase. You can. It's very, very, very tricky to finish on 0 across the board. You either might roll a ball or have some time. But certainly for the marathon, all about its time through the obstacles. You would hope you don't get time penalties or any other for misjudging the actual time through sections A and B. But for the time penalties, and then of course we have these knockdown balls as well, which are a little bit more of a recent introduction to it. So in the meantime, we are at the start of our second session on Thursday morning in Exloo. Josine de Boer, she's a team member for the Netherlands, the first time she has been on this team. It just another halt on the centre line, right in front of that judge at C, nowhere to hide, and aiming for as square a halt as possible. And also when your horse or pony moves off from that halt, you really want to make sure the head stays relatively level. It sometimes comes up a little bit, but also to go from halt into walk, a lot of these ponies will be quite accustomed, and they're very clever. That's just what Bob was saying about the pony he's been driving earlier today. They can anticipate, so to go from on into a walk, again, that's all about training and the obedience. Zodi Minge Grensville is the name of the pony, but I dare say there is a more catchy stable name there. Asking our driven horses and ponies to bend and be supple through their bodies and the rib cage. You don't just want the bend from the neck to the shoulders. Easy to do that, but if you think when you're riding, a lot of the relationship, certainly when you're training, is inside leg to outside hand, and we expect a similar relationship when we're driving. And instead of using the leg, you can't do that. You're not sitting on your horse. Just use the length of whip, just gently on the rib cage. But again, that outside hand is that balancing hand, the tempo hand, in driving. So a lot of the skills that you're using under saddle are transferable and translatable in driving. We just have to use slightly different equipment. The organisers here in Exloo are quite confident that certainly for Marathon Day they've been busy making sure that everybody in the local area knows about this, and certainly in the Netherlands there is generally a very big supporting contingent for driving. It's something that's very much part of the national psyche, and a majority of the horses that will be driven over the course of the 4 days, not all of them, but will be Dutch bred, very much a driving horse, certainly for the four-in-hands, the KWPN, the Dutch warm bloods. But they produce sports ponies, hackneys, all sorts of things. Wonderful and very organised breeding programs. You've seen De Boer, she's supported by Chantal and Brenda Westerhofs. And there we have support from the home crowd. So Dutch hopes will be resting initially on Joost's shoulders. Just trotting neatly out of the arena now. So these few moments just whilst the judges sort out their marks, and don't forget they do get the 2 additional what we call collectives at the end for the athlete, and then so that's use of aids, handling of reins and whip, accuracy, quality of transitions, and then the final mark, box number 20 on the dressage sheet, is general impression and presentation, appearance of the athlete and grooms, correctness, cleanliness, harmonising harness and carriage. So 70.56, that's 70.56. So again, a range in marks there. We go from 105 at P, who had Joost in 9th place, up to 1, 2, 3. So interesting. That was again a test. Always fascinating to have a quick analysis of the marks and the range of marks. Gosh, nearly 20 marks there, but 70.56. So that currently pops her into 8th place. She sits just behind Team GB's Emily Ham at the moment, but again, quite a big gap between them. Emily is on 64.40 and Joost's on 70.56. She was number 57. And so the bell goes, and next in the second session of dressage here on Thursday morning at Exloo, Stefan Wertmann. So he is representing Germany as an individual grade 1 individual paradriver for Germany, driving a horse called Vamoose. Supported on the ground by Judith Wallmeyer and also Lena Weissman. And this Vamoose is actually a stallion. So we will see a number of stallions being driven certainly for the horse, for some of the Lipizzaners. And the wonderful team of Czech Kladrubas remain entire. And not so common to see a stallion being driven as a single, but that's great. So Stefan here with Van Moos. So just out of camera at the moment to the left-hand side, that's the area where we have all the obstacles, 2 obstacles just right to the side of the arena. So that will be some great viewing for the spectators on the marathon. That's always the section that attracts the biggest following. Great fun to watch. And then on the other side of the hospitality tent, we have the remaining obstacles. Number 5 will be the water, which if you are coming to visit is always worth watching, or we've made sure there's a camera down there on the water from the technical team here. That's always great fun. Stefan here, and just a very good rhythm has been established here with this horse. Remember, horses and ponies can be driven together. You'll notice he's just got some loops on his reins there. I dare say the hands will be a little bit further up the reins when he's doing his marathon. You'll just shorten up the horse a little bit, so you've got that extra little bit of control for those quick turns. But everything in the training has reached this point. Not only do we need the horse to be fit, you know, they're all-round athletes. That if you think about human sport in terms of pentathlon or triathlon or decathlon, heptathlon, or how many different sports you want to combine, that's what we're asking these eventing, ridden and driven horses to do. We're expecting them to be like ballerinas, light on their feet, as this horse is showing beautifully in the dressage arena. We don't want any explosions of power too much. We want it to be contained. You want the impulsion and the power and the rhythm, and a little bit of flair is no bad thing, but you just want that contained, and yet you need the speed of the marathon. What you do need through over all 3 phases is obedience and attention, and certainly a consistency all the way through, and that's something that comes with lots of wisdom and many hours of training. So Saturday's marathon will have the para-equestrians and the four-in-hands all going through on Saturday. Then on Sunday for the cones, again, we get into more jeopardy there because those balls can roll ever so easily. There's only a few centimetres, you know, sort of a hand's width sometimes between the edge of that carriage wheel and the cones, and it can be jolly expensive. If your eye just goes and you lose your rhythm in your cones round and the horse stops listening and gets a bit distracted, a bit like Bob Giles was just saying a moment ago, that the Welsh pony that belongs to Chantal that he's leased for the championship just was quite wired and buzzy outside. There's flags, there's people, there's tents, there's a lot for them to take in. But in contrast, Stefan's horse here is absolutely concentrating, very present, I think we can say, and practicing some mindfulness. You don't want them just having an eye. That's part of the reason why the driven horse wears its blinkers, and it's to protect the horse's eye. Obviously there's whip, but it's particularly if the horses are going in a combination pair, one side by side or four in hands, as we'll see later on. Those blinkers are very much a part of the traditional driving, but it's there for absolutely for the horse's benefit. A horse is a fight or flight animal. They're herd animals. So we're asking them to work here on their own, and it will be totally conversant, certainly a horse at this level, with what is being attached to it. But to keep the horse focused, keep its gaze focused. They have tremendous periphery vision, horses. They can see just as much what's going on behind and to the side of them. But for the purposes of driving, to keep them and other road users, people around them safe, we keep these blinkers on them. They're not blinding them. They're not preventing vision. They are keeping the horse focused and protecting the eye. So there's Stefan here, just on that centre line, asking for that 5 pace rein back. Just those clear, defined strides. And you want the horse to be picking up and putting down its foot. They can shuffle a little bit in a rein back, and you just want those 5 defined paces. That is what will be giving the marks. That moment you enter the arena, when you come into A And you want to make that first impression. You want it to be getting a good solid 8. Because that sort of sets the tone. Each judge will mark each movement separately, but that first movement is really important. You want the judge to be sitting up and looking at you. So the quality throughout can often be quite set by what happens in the first movement, but accuracy, making sure you hit the letters, making sure your circles are round, that your lines and diagonals are straight, that you're getting back. Just beautiful demonstration there. He had to hit the K marker, but just veered in slightly before. As I said earlier, you don't go straight for K, you go in just before so that the horse is aligned with it once you come round. And down this centre line for the last movement. This is one where they're expected to show some extension. Now, our judge at sea is extremely experienced. He will know if that horse is extending, but those 4 judges on either side, they're the ones that get the really good view. The lower judges might not see quite so accurately whether the horse is or isn't over G. Klaus at the front will get a great view of that, as will the 2 judges at the side. So there are advantages to the different positions, but after a really consistent test, the horse was beautifully light on its feet all the way through. Great cadence, and again, it's something we speak about certainly at the with under riding, you know, how much time the horse actually spends in the air when it's got this elasticity to its frame and its paces. And there are some of the breeds, the warm bloods, that it comes quite naturally to them, where they do have these wonderful elevation to their paces, but that's something that just gives you a lovely rhythm and adds a lot of quality to it. Now, that, as expected, that was a really good test from Stefan, so that currently puts him into second position on 56.96. So Chrissy retains by some way at the moment her lead. Tremendous test from her. So Stefan at the moment goes into second place on 56.96. Again, a good, strong German crew. They are so tight. They have trainers. They put a lot of work into all the training. So very strong German contingent here. So one of our judges at sea, Klaus, he had him in first place, 34.5. That's relative to his marking, although the judge at S had the same mark. It's all relative. So Klaus obviously had that in first place. 2 judges, absolutely in alignment. You can see there 134.5 from 2 of them. Again, a bit of a difference. We've got, yes, 14.5 range. Anne-Marie, 120. Quite a difference. Fascinating. I'd love to be a fly on the walls of all those judges' boxes, peering over the shoulders, seeing the marks, but that's not a privilege I have. But I do get to bring you coverage from here in Exloo in this picture-perfect event. You'll know that some of our driving events take place with the dressage and the cones on the sand arena, sand, fibre, rubber, whatever the surface may be, and for others it's on grass. It's very much down to the venue and what facilities they're able to offer us. If you think what the layout was like at Bretoni last year when we weren't far from Rome in that wonderful big natural park where we had plenty of space and it was very much about the grass arenas, but here in Exloo it's a much more compact, it's a bespoke equestrian centre. They've invested a huge amount in making sure that the facilities are here. They've built new arenas. They've been using, actually I was told when I first arrived, there's a golf course behind the trees, just where those individual tents are in the trees. On the other side of that, there's a beautiful golf course. So they've been using the wisdom of the groundsman from the golf course to make sure that the grass areas here have been beautifully prepped. So they're like bowling greens, even better than golf courses. So we're well into our morning session here. And this is one of driving's characters, and she's certainly our furthest travelled competitor. And just to have 10 minutes in Jodie's company last night at Nations Night was an experience I won't forget. Jodie McKeon, and she assures me that is the right pronunciation of her name, driving Royal Walker. And there's so much to this turnout. And Jodie, gosh, she's a great character. She and her family provide film horses in Australia. They're based in Victoria, and she is here driving a horse that belongs to George Bowman, the great George Bowman, absolute legend in driving terms, certainly the most successful four-in-hand driver we have ever produced in the United Kingdom. And Jodie met the Bowman family initially through Barnaby Bowman and all through working in the film industry, and she's got a great big grin on her face. She's so pleased to be here. She's a really great character, great company, and says she owes absolutely everything, her driving journey, to her hero, Geordie Bowman, who is still competing in his late 80s, and he was best of friends with Prince Philip. They did everything together, two of our towering four-in-hand drivers, not just as far as Great Britain are concerned, but globally. They were our greatest ambassadors. And her other inspiration is one of Hungary's great drivers, Joseph Bozik, who is still training. And Jodie first met George in Australia in 1997 and just very involved in the horse world and in driving over there. But we spoke quickly this morning, and she reckoned that to get here to Exloo, she came in via Edinburgh, obviously because she went down to Cumbria, which is in the Lake District, to stay with the Bowman family to get this Dutch hackney. He is Dutch registered hackney that she's driving, that George is still driving out every day with a team of 4 horses in his late 80s. So an inspirational figure. And I recorded a podcast with George recently, and he's still as sharp as he ever was, remembering all the names of the many Hungarian drivers that he competed with who won many, many medals. George was absolutely one of the first exponents of the new four-in-hand driving back in the day, and he's still going strong. And just interesting to look at the natural action of this horse, the way this breed really picks up and put down its feet. And it sounds like it's stating the obvious, but this is what makes this breed absolutely the go-to breed for so much of driving. Basically a British breed, but the Dutch breeding program for hackney horses and ponies, and again there's American bloodlines in them as well, tremendous. But a lot of the sport horses are bred very successfully on continental Europe will have hackney blood flowing through their veins. They're intelligent horses, they have stamina, they have presence, they have this natural movement and ground coverage which makes their presence, certainly as driving horses, second to none. So Jodie reckons a 10,500 mile journey to get here to Exloo from Australia. You might notice the bit in the mouth, and the bit is such a crucial part of the driving equipment. It is the one physical contact that we as the driver have with the horse. So down through those reins, those long, they could be webbing, leather, whatever synthetic material you use, you might want a little bit of extra grip on those hand parts. But making the horse's mouth, making sure that the horse understands what you're asking it via its mouth, it is probably the single most important part in a successful relationship between the horse and the driver, the whole turnout, the carriage. Keeping the horse's mouth soft, developing its mouth over the years, and this is something that Jodie's fellow Australian, who's actually here training the German team, Boyd Excel, talks a lot about in his training talks and when he's doing his clinics all over the world, is the importance of understanding the horse's mouth conformation and what bit you put in the horse's mouth at different points in its development, and if you need to change its way of going, its head carriage, its response times, you would put perhaps a different mouthpiece in. And obviously with this ring on the bit here, what looks from this angle to be a sort of snaffle type bit, you don't have as many fixtures on the bit that you would have if you have a conventional Liverpool or Buxton Army reversible bit where you've got the bars that go down the side and then you bring in more pole action. So the thinking would be that this horse actually has what we call a relatively light mouth and just a little bit of exuberance that can happen so easily. She asked for this extension, which this horse has in bucket loads, and it just went forward into canter. So otherwise an exemplary test from Jodie, and worth those many miles to get here via the Lake District and the Bowman family, and she wanted it to be known how grateful she is to all of them for supporting her journey to compete here for singles, the World Paradriving Championships. Jodie McKean from Australia, north of Melbourne, and Royal Walker. So Jodie goes into 7th place, so she's just pushed Laura down a slot, so that's 62.40. So let's see where the judge is now. Again, a range. So our judge at R rated that quite highly and had her in 3rd place. So we got 2 at 118. Then C and S pretty much in alignment, 121.5 and 122. And then the judge at R, who obviously rated that quite highly. Very interesting just to see how they look at these tests. So we're pretty much at the halfway point here, and I think there'll be an awful lot of support coming in from certainly Team USA as we welcome in next the reigning world champion, Grade 1 world champion, that's Tracy Bowman. So she's coming in next, so this really will be a test. We would hope to sit up and pay attention to. Tracy is driving her own pony last. She's the only one of the team who is able to drive her own pony, and Tracy, who is our defending world champion, so will be great to sit back and enjoy her test. She comes from a family of eventers and event breeders. She's an incredibly accomplished horsewoman. She had a successful career as a professional advanced eventer and spent much of her time. So she's somebody that's traveled to Europe a lot over the years. She founded in California, her home state, the facility of Kismet Farms in 1984, and has helped produce many riders over the years, all of whom who end up very much at the top level of eventing. So Tracy just coming in any minute now. Albrecht Hoves Lars. She won her gold at the last outing in 2021 in Schildau in Germany. And very much the team would hope leading from the front for certainly team and individual medals. She's also a riding instructor, and her nearest city is actually San Francisco. And Tracy reckoned yesterday, door to door for her, it's about 5,500 miles to be here in Northern Holland. So Tracy Bowman coming in now for her dressage test, aiming to set her stall to retain individual gold. Still at the top of the order in the squad, competing as an individual, Chrissy Aitken. And just making quite an entrance into the commentary box, and I'm just pressing the red button, is none other than Bram Chardon. Bram, welcome.
Good morning.
How are you?
All good. Yeah, excited. We're watching Tracy Bowman now. She trains with me, so it's important for her to do a good job today. She's known to be very competitive in dressage. She's the current world champion as well. And Lars is in great shape, and he's back in his home country. He came from here. Francesca Danels, who used to drive him, and she became champion with him as well. And she's just on the way, finishing the 2 deviations, and he looks in great shape.
So what did you say to Tracy this morning? She is a super experienced athlete. Lars is a very experienced pony. What more can you say to this combination before they come into an arena here in Exloo?
Basically focus on accuracy and have the right preparation the days before, make sure he's fit and he's shining on the moment he has to, which is now and not yesterday. You don't want to win the warm-up, you want to win in the main arena. And we know the pony very well, so we did some riding this morning to supple him up. Her groom, Jolie, is a very experienced event rider, so they make a very professional team together. And the warm-up today was very nice, and we know the main arena is great footing, but coming from the grass arenas into the sand with big VIP tent and everything around it, some horses might be a little bit spooky, but so far what I can see, he's concentrated on the driver and not on the surroundings, so that's good.
Because even as we saw with Bob's horse earlier, just there can be something, it's quite electric, even though it feels quite calm today. There's a lot to take in for these horses. And if there's any nerves from the driver, even someone as experienced as you, Bram, and Tracy, it's very difficult just to always tell the nerves to go home, isn't it? It
is very much. You have 10 minutes to show what you can. And there are a lot of factors you can influence, but some factors you cannot. And even though we're allowed to train in the main arena the last 2 days, it's different again in competition. The 2 days the crowds were not there, the stage was empty, the VIP was empty, and now there'll be people, there'll be additional noises, and you never guaranteed how they're going to react going inside. And you always need to be focused on the variables and anticipate on what's happening inside, where you get too much pressure or you get not enough contact, that he comes behind a bit, that he lets go of the bit sometimes if they spook.
And what would be Lars's thing when you say, does he drop behind the bit sometimes? I mean, here he's showing us an exemplary trot. Just boiling over a little bit in the extensions. Is that one of the issues you have with him?
Yeah, now she pushed for an 8.
Yes.
And then you can get a little mistake as well. He seems very, very light in the contact, and maybe for her a little bit too light in here. That was not the case in the warm-up, but he's showing a beautiful frame there. And
and he's so supple. I mean, when he changes the rein, changing direction, there's no question that he's equally supple on both sides, because
true.
they can come a bit hard on one side, can't they?
Yeah.
But it's dealing with your nerves. I mean, Bram, I've watched you many times go into World Cup rings. It's still, you want a bit of adrenaline, but you don't want too much. It's finding that balance in yourself with your own state of mind, your physiological reaction, isn't it? And particularly when it's the single, it's a very intense relationship, isn't it?
It's extremely one-on-one, and every little move you make as a driver influences the performance of the horse. And with a team, there's always a slight delay on your coming in the rain back.
But she stopped very accurately from the angle we're looking at. It looks like she was just on the centre line, which is what we wanted.
Driver on the marker.
Yeah.
A little overactive in the transition forward.
But again, nice going straight into the correct outline and bend for that.
Extremely supple, you see in the turns. Nice open frame, but face on the vertical. It's what dressage is about.
So what do you do after this? Will you guys sit down and watch this? Will you analyse it? Or will you say, no, that's finished now, we're thinking about the obstacles in the marathon?
There'll be a short debrief after dressage, maybe put down some markers, make some notes, but then definitely move on.
Yeah.
There's dressage for me to focus on. There's obstacles today afternoon to work on, and this is done. After dressage, we cannot change the outcome.
Yes.
And we can change the outcome of the coming days, or at least influence still, and find the route that's suitable for him. But this is just amazing, down that center line. It's a small horse, but he has extremely nice movement on the marker.
Yes, well done. Are you pleased with that?
Yeah, I am. I
Good.
saw little bits of improvements, but they're always there. But I think she can be happy with this, and
Well
see
done.
what the outcome will. I checked some of the scores. I think the other USA driver, Chrissy, had a very nice competitive score of 52.
What was Tracy aiming for? Did you have a mark in mind?
Lower 40s.
One
Low.
hoping to go into 40s, yeah.
Yeah, definitely into the 40s.
There was a lot of quality to that test, wasn't there? Just from tip of the nose to the end of the tail, quality, very balanced. 46, how do you feel about that?
46, good. She could have done a little better. We see Judge at P marked her down a little bit with a 4th place. All the others put her in first.
Yes, that's interesting, isn't it?
But I think in general, 46, it will be competitive. There are still more drivers to come, but she's up in front with almost 6 points. So of course we're happy with score. You never know how the scores are going to run. Of course, before this we were aiming on the low 40s, but if the differences between the competitors are fair, then it's okay to have a higher score than expected, as long as the higher scoring is over the whole day, over the whole group, then it doesn't matter. Yeah,
you want consistency across.
If it's consistent, then it's good. And the lead she takes now will definitely put her in a competitive position, and there's 2 days to come. So the gold medal she's hoping for with a score like this is still in vision, and that's what you want.
Well, she's done the job. She's done
the job.
First, 1 of 3, and she's done a great job. Bram, thank you so much. You are such a busy man, because you've got your own horses, you've got your dads, you've got the rest of the team. There's a lot going on here, isn't there, for you?
There is, but it's great to have a European Championships in your home country. All the spectators from home that are coming to watch. I don't feel the extra pressure. I feel extra excitement. Mm-hmm. And today, Koos de Ronde is going to be the first driver for the Dutch team. The Dutch team will be competitive. Tomorrow, me and my father will push it, and both individually and with the team, we go for gold for sure. And with this para class being an addition to the championships, it's even better.
It's brilliant, and
so
you've got
many nations here present, and
well, we've got Australians and Americans, and
everything.
You've got a strong Dutch squad in this category as well, haven't you? It's really good.
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
Brilliant. Thank you, Bram. Great to see you.
Big pleasure. Have fun. Bye bye.
And we'll be talking about you very soon. Thank you. So fantastic to have a flying visit from our reigning European four-in-hand champion, Bram Chardon himself. What a privilege to hear his appraisal, and working hard. He looked like he'd had a busy morning helping Tracy and everybody else. So he's got his 5 horses here himself to launch his campaign to defend his title as well. So that starts tomorrow. But as he said, Koos is in later on. But back to the business this morning. Guilo Tronca, who is the second of our Italian drivers coming forward driving Candy. So very interesting to hear what Bram was saying in terms of the preparation that Tracy has made. You rarely will you get 2 more experienced trainers and equestrians together than Bram and Tracy, but to know that even with their wealth of experience, even with a pony who has not just won golds with Tracy, but also with previous drivers, that they're still fine-tuning. There's never any room for complacency. And that's what keeps these incredible athletes at the top. But Guilo, for Italy, is now pretty much, as we say, at the halfway point for our para-equestrians this morning at Exloo. Just talking quietly to his horse there, the voice aid, so important. Italy, who hosted some fantastic World Championships last year in Protoni. It really was a very, very special time for all of us that were involved. And Bram, who put in probably one of the best cones rounds of his career as the rain came teeming down and the volcanic dust turned to black mud and helped seal certainly the Netherlands gold in the team event. He himself was just outside the medals, but his father was on great form then as well. So Italy have a great history of hosting some very memorable driving events as well. But so at the moment, after the first set of drivers this morning, it is Team America who are leading the way. Tracy Bowman with a fantastic score of 46.80. Bram said they were hoping for low 40s, but as long as the mark she's got is relative to everyone else, I think probably the consistency from the judges is what the athletes would like, and relative. And Chrissy Aitken at her first World Championships from Ohio. Chrissy put in a great performance there, driving a Dutch horse, one that she'd leased for the event, and delighted with her position in second place, currently on 52.56. But we have broken into the 40s with reigning world champion who is here to defend her title, Tracy Bowman. So that walk to halt movement, and again, just hoping the horse doesn't anticipate. Did a little bit there at S. Probably practiced the test a few times, but you just want it to be a very crisp and clear, decisive ping into trot, not a sort of hop. So Guilo, who's been driving for some time, inspired by the great Italian carriage driver Carlo Mascheroni. After his first experience out driving with Carlo, went home and bought himself a horse and carriage and hasn't looked back since then. But driving today, Candy. It will be interesting to see how the times through the obstacles play out in terms of the range of sizes and the length of stride of the horses and ponies in the classes. Just if the scale of these obstacles, because they're also being doubled up for the four-in-hands, will favour the horses. I mean, just look at the length of leg and the amount of ground that this horse will cover in one stride in comparison to some of the smaller ponies. But those ponies don't ever believe that they can't be speedy through obstacles. They can take the tight turns, they can cut corners, and probably go for incredible accuracy through the obstacles. But I'm sure Jeroen Houteman, who is our course builder now, who is probably our most prolific course builder at World and European Championship level nowadays. He does many of the courses for our FEI World Cup Series, which won't be long before it gets going, and that's so exciting. We all find that just riveting, where you've got the big horse fours in these indoor arenas at the big shows in some of our greatest cities, providing great entertainment. And so it won't be long before that season gets going. Interestingly, to be here and then to go forward into the World Cup Series, there is quite a a stringent qualification process. So the four-in-hand drivers that will compete on the World Cup circuit, they're the top 10 drivers, and then wildcards will be given to a nation's own drivers or others by invitation and agreement with the organisers. But they have to qualify at the outdoor events, even though they may well be using different horses. The chances are they do have different teams for the indoor and the outdoor. Not all of them. We'll see Ben Ayoud from France later. He's driving as Lusitano to use them as well across the board. But Guilo, he's got some great support there. The Italians showing all their characteristic passion here, and you just see the sign there next to the flag, the Hipish Centrum at Exloo. And Guilo, goodness, what a great support team along with him. It's so much work, so much goes into just these few moments in an arena, not just the training, but the team around them. They've had to bring all their own food. A lot of them are camped up here for a week. I know the British team have got their own chef with them, and that puts Guilo into 11th place. So that's 64.64. And again, just a difference of about 11 between our judges at C and V. So 123, probably the top mark from Klaus at C and at V. And that's Joaquin from Spain. He has awarded that 112.5. But interesting in terms of placings, again, it's all relative between 8th and 11th. So fairly united in how they viewed that test in comparison to the others that we've seen already today. But Tracy and Chrissy, the ladies from the US of A, still leading the way. Nearest European driver for Germany, Stefan Wertmann. Henriette, who opened proceedings this morning for our para-equestrians and did a great test with her Nabstruba pony Kato. She put down a very good score of 57.12, and she still sits in 4th. Heine Lerter, our most decorated para-equestrian driver, he is on 58.12, had a slight course deviation, I think we can say, so he will have received some penalty marks for that. Frustrating for him, because he will have definitely come here with gold on his mind. And then currently sitting in 6th place, Emma Golding with her lovely mossy Lipizzaner on 59.84. So we've shown that we can get a sub-50 dressage score with Tracy, as expected. Just had Bram, who's been training her, in discussing that. And just the thoroughness, no stone left unturned in terms of the training and the preparation. They'll have a quick analysis of the test. Everybody's looking at it from different angles. We've got the camera viewpoint just from above left side of C, but each of the judges and then the spectators at the side in the grandstand, just clouding over a little bit here in Exloo, but it's still a lovely morning, just perfect conditions. And interesting that Bram noted what the surface is like, and at a lot of arenas that the carriage drivers come into, there can be a little bit of a drag, which will very much affect the way of going. This happens to the carriage drivers if we're sharing a lot of arenas with, say, ridden, dressage and jumping. The jumping in particular, it's certainly at the top levels, are quite specific about the sorts of surfaces they prefer their horses to be on. Understandably, we're looking after the horses' legs across the board, all sport horses, putting the welfare first, and that does extend to the sorts of surfaces that they're taking off and landing on, the high impact. Now, we don't have such impact on the horses' limbs in driving by any means, but we do also have to take into account what the surface is like. But Bram saying that actually it rolls very, very well for the carriage drivers, and that does make a difference, because if that horse is having to tow the carriage along a little bit, that can just change its way of going. And certainly when you're fine-tuning the performance of a defending world champion, these are all factors that are taken into account. It's that attention to detail that keeps them at the top. So the second of the German athletes to come in for her dressage test, Patricia Grossrichter, and she's driving a gentleman. So we've gone back down to pony size. Quite a fine animal here. And Patricia, as the star next to her name denotes, is on the national team for Germany, who also had a good squad to draw from, so they were able to field not only a team but some individuals as well. So let's see if she can get near the score by her countryman Stefan, who did a very nice test earlier on. He's currently sitting in 3rd place. So these tests are designed, as I said earlier, there's quite a lot of thought and preparation that goes into them. They don't just throw a load of movements together. It is asking questions at all points of the horse and of the driver, showing an equal amount of movements on both reins. You don't necessarily want a test to be a mirror image, but just a balance test. You must make sure that we have enough movements on either going to the right or to the left, and we're not asking for canter in this particular test, but in some of the other single tests, we ask for canter and also shoulder in as well. But walk and trot, by a long way, the most important paces for the driven dressage test. And actually, once you're going out and looking to purchase your driven pony, probably you're going to want to see that it has a really natural trot. There's a lot you can do to enhance the paces, to improve the training, muscling up the frame. These animals are athletes as well. They're just like a human athlete. They need the correct nutrition, the environment to live in, the correct training. You don't want to overdo them. You can't put too much strain on the joints. They need care too, the sorts of levels of dentistry, nutrition, physiotherapy. They get treated just like any top tennis player or swimmer or anybody else would. They have a huge army of people looking after just the needs of the equestrian alone. The teeth probably get checked and looked at either every 12 months or every 6 months. They also have to have a series of vaccinations against influenza and tetanus as well, and certainly if they're competing internationally, it's very important they have not only their own passport but this FEI recognition card and identity as well. So the horse is considered to be just as much an athlete, and in fact a lot of our drivers, Glenn Geertz is one who will champion in particular that it's the horse that does the work, but I think we can see that actually team is what it's all about in driving. From the assistants, grooms on the back to the driver, the relationship they have with the horse, this trust. It's quite incredible. And keeping the horse level and straight. They like the boards. The boards it can be a bit of a comfort to them to keep them level. So once you're out in the middle of that arena like that, you're a little bit more exposed. So making sure that the horse doesn't wobble a little bit, you want those lines to be nice and straight, and certainly you can sometimes see from the tracks left on that sand surface just how wobbly it's been. If ever you drive with a coach and four down a main road and you think you're going, because the tyres on these coaches and on a lot of older vehicles are what we call iron shod, you've got iron rims on the tyres, and you'll see just how wibbly-wobbly those tracks can be, and you think you're going in a dead straight line, but certainly on the road you have things like camber and surface and things to contend with as well. But in terms of horse welfare and looking after the horse, we all often say that the driven horse is a happy horse, has relatively less strain put on its frame and its muscles, and that they enjoy the freedom of being out there on their own. Patricia just on this halt movement across the centre line, absolutely in the straight eye view of our judge Klaus at sea, who is also a German. But we can show no national bias at all when judging. You have to just take everybody as an individual and judge the performance you see in front of you. Each movement separate, forget what's gone before. And these judges have to know the test themselves extremely well. And the concentration that's involved, if you think each test has, well, 18 movements, plus we have the 2 collective marks at the end, so that's, say, 20 for this test, more movements in the 4-in-hand test when it comes. And we have 39 4-in-hand drivers and 25 para drivers, and all these judges have to mark each of those movements. So do the maths, as they say. There's a huge amount of concentration, no lapses at all for our judges. So that's why we build in a few breaks in between. Patricia just coming down the centre line after what's been a very neat and tidy test for her and gentleman. And no doubt we'll hear a bit of a cheer. Just lovely extension, just see him pinging his toes down there, and a very accurate ending there for her. Yep, there we go. The German fans have just opened the door. You'll be able to hear that. Little light chestnut pony now trotting around, leaving the arena, and the stands are filling, and I'm seeing lots of red polo shirts, which is sort of team colours for the Germans. There we go. Speaks for itself. Very proud and patriotic crowd, who, the quality of the German horses, watching them in the trot up yesterday, they do have access to some brilliant horses. I had a quick chat with Boyd Excel earlier, who is training the 4-in-hands, and we agreed that some of their horses are looking just fantastic, peak of fitness, but really good quality horses, well bred, before you've even started the training. So yes, good test from Patricia, as expected, nudging Chrissy down into third, so that will go down really well. 49.36. She had a first, a second, 2/3 and a 5th from the judges, so very accurate, very smooth, but had a lovely bit of flair and elevation to it. So 49.36. So that puts her into second place. So she's still some way in terms of points behind Tracy, who has put down a very, very good test. But we have somebody that, again, could upset the order here, just trotting round adjacent to the box as Patricia just goes forward and places her carriage between the pink cones, and her wheel widths are just being checked. Just off screen to the left, and in the meantime, we've got 2 more athletes left for this particular session, and a gentleman who really needs no introduction in terms of para-driving, Jacques Poppen, again, probably just slightly behind Heiner in terms of how many medals he's had, but a former world champion. He's been on so many Dutch teams, medalled, and really a hugely successful driver, and he is representing the Netherlands. No question about him being on the team, I imagine, for Adarts, who is overseeing both 4-in-hand and the para teams. But quite a roll call, or roll of honour for Jacques Poppen. Won medals, gold, silver over the years. Just looking back through the list, first medalled in 2006 in the Netherlands by the looks of things, and then has rarely been off the podium since then. Has travelled all over Europe, and he was, there we go, still with the Grade 1 athletes. 2006, he was silver medalist, gold in 2008, and bronze in 2010, silver 2012, gold at Sandringham in Norfolk 2014, and silver back in the Netherlands 2016 in Beast. In Kronenberg, back on top in gold position. Yeah, quite incredible. What a record. Jacques Poppen for the Netherlands. He's supported by his wife, Eva, and Sil, his son. Just hear the jangling. It sounds like that's a swingle tree just behind. So the traces, when you drive in a breast collar like this, most of our competitors have been in here. We may see some full collars for the horse fours later on, but this breast collar, which is very much the go-to part of harness across the front there. And for a single turnout with a horse or pony, you would always drive with the swingle tree, which is the moving bar behind. The traces go back. You'll just see below the line of the shafts there. And the modern driving shaft looks very different from the straight piece of wood that would come up from the front of a two-wheeled vehicle that so many of us started driving with. And you'll see just they are definite, probably very highly engineered shaping to the shafts, those loop end traces, so that you don't have the point of the shaft poking into the shoulder of the horse. They have been quite carefully designed, and then you'll notice they're quite wide, which gives the horse plenty of room to move within the shafts, and because of that, you get a much greater ability for them to show suppleness on both reins and bending, and that was really a very, very good halt. One would imagine that's been extremely well marked by the judges. Jacques would hope, at least, I would think, to be in the top 3 after his dressage test. Very much somebody with medals on his mind. And the horse's ears just looking, coming and going. There's a lot for them to look at as they walk down to that side. That's where the photographers are, the food concessions. Lots going on. It's quite a busy side of the arena, so you're asking the horse not to be too observant of anything that's going on outside the boards. And the rear lamp on there, it will have a little bit of red tinted glass in there, so that if you either turned on, switched a flick, might be electrical, or had a candle in there, if you're driving a traditional vehicle, that will glow red. And that's for when you're out on the road. He's also got 2 reflectors on the back of his elliptic springs there. And the lamps should have candle wicks inside them, so that if you wanted to light them, they can help you if you're driving home in the dark. Not to be recommended with modern traffic, but that's just a nod to the traditional driving turnout, and it is deemed correct to carry your lamps with you. And in fact, the lamps, all the accessories that go into the driving turnout, from the hats to the gloves to the aprons that the driver will wear, very important part of the overall turnout. You'll notice the pedals just on the dashboard in front of Jacques' feet, and they may well be to operate the front and back brakes. You don't always have front brakes on them, sometimes just the disc brakes on the back, and then it might be also a bit of delayed steering as well. So just halting there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. Counting carefully for that 5-pace rein back, and straight forward into a trot, and then you're asking the horse to take a few paces with the straight frame and then come into that. There's quite a bend on it to come at that point into the arena. You're pretty much doubling back on yourself. It's a fairly tight U-shape for the driven horse to execute, but then, as we've seen this morning, they're beautifully supple, plenty of training, be it lunging, long reining, under saddle. each animal will have different requirements. You heard Bram say that they actually rode Tracy's pony Lars this morning, so they decided with all their wisdom and experience that a little bit of work under the saddle was what the pony needed. Somebody else might have done a little bit of long reining, and some just don't need anything. It's all about how well you know your horse or pony. And at this level of competition, certainly for those that are lucky enough to bring their own animals, not all the Americans, and certainly Jodie wasn't able to from Australia, so getting it right. Now we ask for a real bit of pace, sticking his tongue out, coming down this final line. And then you want a nice, crisp transition. Yep, bring that leg up. Oh, yes. Well done, Jack. So, the weight of a nation behind him will be hoping for a really solid mark for the team, and certainly Jack will be hoping to be on that podium individually as well. He's got some stiff competition this year. Tracy just put in a great test, but there's so much more competition ahead of us. Here in Exloo, so one more competitor to go for this particular middle session, who will be the last of our Grade 1 athletes, and that is Debbie Daniel from Shropshire. Get your teeth in for that one. Shropshire in England, up on sort of the mid-west of the English counties. But in the meantime, the Dutch will be waiting to see, and that pops him into 4th place, but those margins are getting tighter. So 55.36, 55.36, but interestingly, big variation between the placings of the judges. At P, Herman van den Bosch had him in first place with 141.5. We have 3 of them who thought that was a 6th placed one, 134, 129.5, and 123 at S, C, and V. And then, again, this is all relative to the scores that these judges have given out already today, 126 from our judge from Spain, Joaquin Medina. Who is also involved in sort of the admin side of driving for the FEI as well. The FEI has the driving committee, which Carolee Fugli is currently the chairman of. We've had quite esteemed members of the driving community. Jack Pemberton, who passed away recently in Toronto, was one of the very first members of the driving committee, and he chaired it. Richard Nichols, who was course designer for the last equestrian games that was held as all-in-one at the venue at Tryon in 2018. A well-known course designer, Richard, and his wife Martha, who's a judge. I hope they're listening in from the States. I know they follow the sport very closely. And Carolee, who is from Hungary, has been chairing it for the last couple of terms, and he is soon to step down, and we have a few people that have thrown their names into the hat to chair the driving committee. But a lot of what they discuss, rules, widths, weights, the future of the sport. There's a huge amount of administration that goes on in the background to bring you this wonderful sport of what we first called combined driving, based on the eventing rules, drawn up on 2 sides of paper in the late 1960s. Then we had the first European Championships in 1971, run under the first rules, and they've been honed and tuned and fully revised every 4 years, but they extend to over 100 pages now. Now, for the British, Deborah Daniel, Debs, is coming in, driving Capitola Houdini. Avrina Snow owns the pony. H, he's called. And Debbie, who's been present at several World Championships and herself has been a medalist. So a very experienced driver, has bred many sport horses over the years at her base in Shropshire with her partner, and then took to driving, and is probably one of our leading lights internationally and domestically, Debbie Daniels. There was some question over the winter as to whether she was going to be here, so the squad was delighted when we knew that she had the drive of H and was able to be here. Such an experienced athlete, and brings good will and humour, obviously, to the camp as well. She's a retired police officer and was formerly a show jumper. H is now 19 years old. He is a Section C gelding, and supporting Debbie is her longtime friend and Holly Dormer, and she's with Debbie through all 3 phases. They've been working together for about 18 years, so great friendship there. But the trust and knowing when you're driving that the person on the back knows every obstacle, can keep you straight. If the nerves start fluttering, that they're going to be the person that will just keep everything right. It is such an important part of the whole team, making sure you have the right people with you. And certainly Debbie and Holly have worked together for years. Really important. Some of the British squad are then going on to the Pony World Championships, which we've got following on next weekend, also in the Netherlands. And so some of the trainers and the ponies, they're spending the next few weeks, or have been on Dutch soil for many years, and this is one of the ponies that's going forward to compete next weekend at Dressage for the Pony World Championships for Averina Snow. So Debs has done 5 driving World Championships, and all being well, when she completes her 6th here at Exloo, she will be awarded her FEI Gold Badge of Honour. So this will be another combination that, with the trainers, have made sure that no stone is left unturned, that the ponies done all the training. And I was with the British camp yesterday when they were discussing just how much they wanted to do with their horses on a fairly hot afternoon. You don't want to overcook them. As Bram said in the warm-up, you're not driving the dressage test that you want to win with. You have to save your A game for these 5 minutes or so in the arena. Good wisdom from him. No point in peaking too soon, but that's something that these experienced athletes know all about, as do the ponies. So very accurate arrival back at V then from our British team athlete, Deborah Daniels. So she's the last of the Grade 1 athletes to compete this morning in the dressage, and then we start once again at 12:10 with Dutch individualist Ad van Marwijk, and he will be leading the charge for the Grade 2s. So the teams are made up of, you wouldn't have 3 Grade 1s or Grade 2s, you need a combination, so you need 2 and 1 from each of the grades to make up a national team. So the classification process, obviously in ridden dressage you have more categories, but we have 2, 1 and 2 in driving. Perhaps just an extra pace there from H, but a very decisive rein back, we can say. And just coming into this quite narrow U-bend towards the end of the test. Looking for the horse to go for the straight into showing the suppleness. So LA, you're doing a loop to the right. Then the working trot leaving the side of the arena at S. So this is a half 20-metre circle. Sometimes we call them a sort of pear drop or teardrop, they're sometimes called. This sort of half circle with the diagonal straight down one side. Back in at K, and you want a fairly nice, deep corner just to set you up and rebalance your horse. That the half halt is very much a friend of the carriage driver, so it's something that gets used a lot as a form of communication, just like you would in riding, where you might lift your frame, just tighten your hands around the reins ever so slightly. Just, oh, well done. Very accurate halt there from Debbie Daniel and the British squad. There's a good contingent here that have come across the channel, and hopefully we'll be very pleased with that test. Really solid team test from Debbie. So she's number 47. Yeah, big cheer. That'll be the Brits in the stand. And again, there'll be a bit of analysis before all the attention turns to going through the obstacles again and again and again. They've been walking and walking and walking them and analysing them. And that pops her into 5th place. She should be very pleased with that. I'm sure she will be. 55.76. And again, one judge had her in 3rd, S 140.5, 2 in 5th, so pretty much spot on that median line. 128, which for them was an 8th place one. And obviously the judges don't know what placing they're giving in terms of what they've judged before, but it's just all quite relative. 127. So again, a test that provoked quite a range in marks. We've gone from 125 at V all the way up to 140. So our judge at S very much like that test. That was Anne-Marie Turbe from France. Anne-Marie, who is an extremely experienced judge, president of the jury. She does indoor, outdoors world championships. And as she said last night, she said, I'm just a judge. She's not having to do anything that means she's adjudicating, as we often see her do. She was our president of the jury in Protoni last September for the World Four-in-Hand Championships, but she is here lending all her many years of experience. She's always cheerful, loves being part of these events. So Anne-Marie was the judge who rated that test. So that rounds off this morning. So just to give you the results for dressage, Tracy Bowman, as expected, sitting in 1st place, aiming to retain her gold, 46.80. In 2nd, Patricia Grossrichter from Germany. She's a team member as well, 49.36, just 2 under 50. Chrissy Aitken from the American squad, driving as an individual, 52.56. Jack Poppen, one of our legends in para-driving, sitting just out of the medals in 4th, but it can all change. Deborah Daniel, great test from her in terms of the British quest for medals, 55.76, only just behind Jacques. In 6th, Stefan Wortmann did a great test earlier on with his Big Bay horse, 56.96. Henriette, who came into the arena first, open proceedings this morning, she really held her own very well as our only Danish competitor, 57.12. Heine Lerter, our most decorated para-driver, had a slight sat-nav error, so that's just pushed him down the proceedings a little bit, 58.12. Emma Golding for Ireland, 59.84, was still in our top 10. And Tracy Spencer making her debut and will be delighted to be in the top 10 with 62. So that's been a cracking morning so far. Just going on, Jodie, all the way from Australia, driving one of George Bowman's horses, 62.40. She's in 11th. Laura from Italy, one of the 2 Italian drivers, 63.44. Emily Ham, again, a debut driver here at the Para World Championships, 64.40. Guilo Tronca, 64.64. And Josine de Boer for the Netherlands, she's debut on the World Championship team for the Netherlands, 70.56. And Bob Giles, who didn't have the easiest time with his marathon specialist pony, who we reckon took one look at the obstacle in front of him during the halt, and he was given a 30-mark penalty, he said earlier on, just for the slight disobedience. So it just shows where Bob's mark might have been in terms of the rest of his competitors. So we have another short break here in Exloo. We will be back in just over 15 minutes time, and we will start with the grade 2 athletes. So thank you for watching. Make the most of the break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Welcome back, and we are just about to start our third session of dressage this morning here in Exloo and early lunchtime in the Netherlands. Wherever in the world you are watching us, I welcome you. My name is Sarah Dance, and I'm taking you through the proceedings here for the championships. And we've just had some cracking tests from our Grade 1 para-equestrian drivers, and we start now with Ad van Markwijk, who is representing the Netherlands, and he is the first of our Grade 2 drivers. We are here in northwest Holland, northeast Holland even, northeast Holland, and we are just, what I was trying to say, west of Germany on the border, not far from the North Sea in the province of Drenthe. And representing the host nation, who have played host to the World Para Driving Championships more than anywhere else. They've been tremendous supporters when it came under the FEI umbrella in 2010. The championships with 4 nations was held in Breda, and they've been every 2 years. Breda again in 2012. Sandringham, the Royal Estate in Norfolk, was host in 2014, back to the Netherlands in 2016 in Beest, 2018 in Kronenberg, and Schildau obviously skipped a year because of the pandemic, so we went to 2021, and so now, having gone from even numbers, we're on to the odd numbers, and here we are in August 2023 in Breda, combining this singles para-driving world championship with the European 4-in-hand championship, and we will start with their dressage tests later today. But in the meantime, we've had some beautiful dressage tests from our athletes this morning with their single horses and ponies. They can drive either a horse or pony all together, but we have 2 grades, grades 1 and 2. That is the classification for the para drivers. And just starting the grade 2 competition. Each team will have a combination of grade 1 and grade 2 drivers. And Ad is driving Dokito. The home nation has strong, very strong squads for both the 4-in-hand and this competition, so had the luxury of choosing from their national teams from a rich depth of talent, particularly the Germans and the Dutch, and also the American and British squads for this event have been very strong too. So we've got a good team competition rolling out in front of us, as well as our individual. Oh, just a sidestep there. It looked like it was about to be a very nice halt, and it is a jolly good halt, just slightly to one side of the centre line. That is quite frustrating when your horse decides to just take a step to the side. So the scales of training, what do we look for in driving when you are training for this? Very similar properties to what we expect for ridden dressage and equestrianism: rhythm, balance, straightness, and then you go on to collection, and only once you establish your collection can you ask for the extension, because the horse must be working properly through its frame. And interestingly, particularly with the single driven horse, there is really nowhere to hide. The judge has a full view of that horse's body. So much can be hidden under saddle with the rider and the legs, but the horse is fully exposed on both sides. The harness that the horse wears in the 21st century bears every resemblance to the harness that horses have worn through the centuries. We say the draft horse built civilization, from the bridle, where the relationship with the mouth and the bit through the reins is so important in driving, to the neck and breast collar that we have in the single driving. We will see full collars later on for the horse fours, to the what we call for single driving the saddle that sits behind the horse's withers. It has moved forward over the years. If you look at old pictures and paintings, you will see that actually that part of the harness would sit quite far back down the spine, but in modern harnessing it sits forward just at that probably deepest part of the rib cage. Then with the single driving, you have the breeching, which is the braking system. That is the section of the harness, quite a thick band. You'll probably have 3 or 4 layers of leather there if you're driving leather harness that has been stitched together, and that is your braking system. Although with these 4-wheeled vehicles, the drivers do drive with a foot brake, and you'll notice Ad just brought his right foot into play there, probably also slightly to keep the carriage square, but they will have brakes either on the back wheels, disc brakes, sometimes on the front wheels as well. And when we get up to the four-in-hand carriages, there's all sorts of mechanisms on there that just keep the carriage back end from whipping round, particularly during the fast marathons or the World Cup driving. But they really are highly technical objects with lots of engineering to them now, largely built out of metal. The old wooden carriages we started off combined driving with many moons ago. But it became apparent that antique wooden vehicles weren't really up to the job, and they used to break quite regularly. So actually leading the charge on the design of the modern vehicle was, of course, Prince Philip, who was so instrumental in so much of what we do in driving. And he, alongside a company based, who are still going, called Bennington, based in England, helped design what we now think of as the modern vehicle for events driving or driving trials. And just asking for this last extension, it's such a fine line to ask the horse to open up and have that power from behind. Oh, you just wanted to bring that other leg forward. Yes, there he did. He knew what he had to do for a square halt, but driving individually, the first of the great two athletes here at Exloo over lunchtime. Just dulling over a little bit. The wind has dropped completely. We are forecast for a bit of rain later on, but we're very much hoping that it holds off until the dressage has finished. So, Dokito. And we just have a minute or two whilst the judges sort out the marks at the end of the test. There are 18 separate movements in this test, which is being performed in an 80 by 40 arena. And bearing in mind, we have a new class starting now for the grade 2, so the placings will be difficult. So what a great screen that is to have when you're in first position on everything. But 63.36. So although we have a different class, interesting to compare that to some of the marks that we have seen earlier today. So it's number 66 in the running. Ad van Marwijk for the Netherlands, driving as an individual. But just look at the range of scores. That, again, we've got 2 on 113. So they're completely united, our judges at C&V, Klaus and Anne-Marie. And then we go up to 133 from our judge at S. So interestingly, just the camera showing now what has to happen after the test. So the drivers pull forward, and we have the stewards here. These are the FEI appointed stewards. They too have to go through a training process, and we're just checking the wheel width. They have to be a set width, depending on whether they're driving a horse or a pony, and also checking that the bit is one that is permissible for use in competition. So that's happening to every athlete as they come out of the dressage arena. So checking the wheel width, just to make sure everything's fine. This will be the sort of detail that has been gone over many, many times before they come to a world championship, but it's just part of it, just to make sure that everybody is dealing on a level playing field. Fairness, one of the main criteria for this. Everybody, although we have horse and ponies driving together, we need to make sure that within the size of what they're driving, the wheel width is going to be the same. So, driving in the British squad, but actually from Scotland, very near to where I grew up, in northeast of Scotland, in Aberdeenshire. I'm absolutely delighted to welcome forward Jane McGarvey. She's from a place called Inverurie. So if any Scots are listening, a cheer from home for Jane. And she's competing for the first time at this level and has come from the British squad, has done some of her tests and training at my family's carriage driving centre on the banks of the River Dee in Aberdeenshire. So Jane McGarvey on the British team, but really, as a Scot, will be driving for Scotland. And Jane is somebody who's had to actually, again, borrow a horse for these championships. The yard that she keeps her horse on has had to go into closure because the strangles on the yard, and any of you that keep horses and know how contagious some of these diseases can be, as soon as it's notified, it's shut down. So because of that, Jane's another one of our athletes who's had to drive a borrowed pony. So good for her. She's driving Pandora's Diplomat. Works part-time as well. So another lady who has to fit a lot into her busy life to get her driving done. She started driving in 2015, and there is a very busy, what we call RDA driving, riding for the disabled movement, but it is driving part of it in the United Kingdom, very much supported by initially Her Royal Highness Princess Anne and now the Duchess of Edinburgh, who's Sophie. Very, very staunch supporters of this. It is an incredible movement. And Jane has always been interested in equestrian sports and finds a huge amount of fulfillment in carriage driving. So this pony belongs to the British chef de keep, actually, for the Paris squad. This is Julie Cam's pony Diplomat, who is a Section D, actually, Welsh gelding. So that is the biggest of the 4 sections that we have in the Welsh breed. Section A's are up to sort of 12-2-ish, and then the Section B's much more sort of riding pony types, tend to be 13-2. Section C's, the smaller of the cobs, and then when we get onto the Section D's, that's what we tend to call the Welsh cobs. And Jane has competed previously with her own pony Scrumpy Jack. This year was driving at Hopetoun, which is near Edinburgh in Scotland, on the banks of the Firth of Forth by the Forth Road Bridge. And that's a wonderful driving trials that's been run for many years by Jane Isaac and her team in Scotland. And she's also competed at Sandringham. So we do benefit in the United Kingdom from the use of some of our premier estates. It's been the backbone of the driving sport, certainly in the British Isles, being able to use these wonderful places. We don't often have the big centres that you have on the continent, so we are dependent on the use of these estates, and we're very privileged to be able to drive in them. So just coming into the latter half of her test in Exloo. First time on the British squad, Jane McGarvey from Inverurie in north-east Scotland. So this is actually movement number 14. 13 going into 14, which will be the halt. And the drivers have to perform 2 loops, which, depending on whether you're driving the 100-metre or the 80-metre length of arena specified for the 80s, which is what we have for the singles, the loop has to be 27.5 metres. And if you're driving it for the 4-in-hand horses with the 100 metre length of arena, it has to be 35. So all these sorts of details have to be thought about beforehand. The scale of what you're having to drive and what's having to be judged, depending on the length of the arena. So halt and the rein back for 5 steps before coming into movement number 15, and then LA is the loop to the right, AS is the working trot. And we have this sort of pair drop, half circle right, 20 metres, which obviously takes you back onto the centre line. I think most standard ridden dressage arenas, until you get up to more advanced levels, they tend to be 20 by 40. And if you think in driving, it's either 40 by 80 or 40 by 100. So we're talking on a much, much bigger scale. If you go from riding to driving, you do find yourself in sort of this vast area, which can feel very big after doing ridden dressage. But you soon get used to it and the horses enjoy the space. Coming for this extended trot, looking for lengthening, impulsion, rhythm, balance and equality of the steps with the halt and salute. Ideally nose just over G, immobility, square, and hopefully retaining a good head position from the horse, that they don't come up too much or start looking around. But it's very easy. Quite often they feel that they want to showboat slightly. They've just done a very good test and want to make sure that everybody from the sides has seen it too. So Jane McGarvey, I'm sure she'll be very relieved to have completed her dressage, and rightfully should be very pleased with an accurate and rhythmic test driving diplomat.
Here's the results. At C, 113.5. At R, 170.5.
So she was in first position from Klaus at C, but otherwise, yeah, interesting range of marks. So just goes behind 69.84. So we have a range of marks going from 108, so V and P pretty much in alignment with each other, S and R, and then C sitting somewhere in between. So range of marks there, but when we average them out and end up with a penalty, she is on 69.84. Hops are just behind Ad at the moment, but we have several more to come. Yvonne Hellenbrand is in next as an individual for Germany. And again, you get a lovely view there of just how great the surface is for the drivers. Not too much pull on that carriage, absolutely just great for the carriage to roll along nicely, which then enables the horse to do its job properly. All the things like the fitting of the harness, making sure the bit's at the right height in the mouth, all these are details that get sorted out beforehand. Making sure that your hat fits properly. By the time we get onto the marathon, obviously we expect the drivers to be wearing the hard hats, just like we do in riding. But for the driven dressage, you want to be wearing a nice, neat hat. We always say not too wide a brim, because otherwise the wind might well catch it and blow it off. In the other categories, we would expect the drivers to carry a whip, but as we've seen throughout the day here in Exloo, sometimes the drivers are carrying their whips, sometimes the grooms are. It's entirely down to each individual combination, but whatever is happening, if the groom is using the whip from the seat behind, as long as the organisers, the OC, have been notified beforehand, all part of the permitted compensating aids that just enable our para drivers to be able to do this wonderful sport. So Yvonne, for Germany as an individual, just coming in to the arena. Again, that all-important first trot in, and driving the Haflinger pony, a very important heritage breed for the Germans. Very strong ponies. Her Majesty the Queen used to have them at Balmoral in the northeast of Scotland, near where Jane, who's just driven, comes from. And they can be used for load bearing and so carrying goods, people, and very versatile little ponies. And the advantage if you're driving more than one, which is what people always like, is they tend to always be of similar colours. I mean, you get lighter and darker with this Palomino, but they're quite easy to match. But they're very strong ponies, quite calm in their temperaments. They are as they look. But they're still ponies, and as Bram was saying, and we saw with Bob earlier, there's still a lot to take in at a championship event. Flags, people, obstacles next to them, and particularly for a pony that's really looking forward to the marathon, that could be another interesting thing to consider. Make sure that everything's running smoothly. Yvonne, who is supported by Marcus Hellenbrand. So there are all sorts of names for the vehicles that get used in driving, but probably the generic term that we use for these four-wheeled vehicles, which are owner-driven. Back in the day when people had coachmen or their grooms driving, there was quite a hierarchy around who drove carriages and what they were called. But so these were not commercial carriages, owner-driven phaetons, which goes back to your classical education. And halt on the square line there, nice and square on the centre line. When most people started driving with single horses or ponies in driving trials, they were often using two-wheeled vehicles. And when the four-wheeled vehicle was introduced for the driving trials, it did raise a few eyebrows, and indeed people who drive tandem, although it's not a category at FEI events anymore, it was considered to be quite dangerous and racy to be driving with a four-wheeled vehicle with tandem, with one in front of the other. But now it's completely standard for so many reasons. You've got more stability, there's less likelihood that it's going to flip over, much better for having your groom, because when you're driving a two-wheeled vehicle, particularly on your marathons, you have to have your groom or assistant next to you, which can be quite restrictive. All sorts of things can happen, but it's how a lot of us drove in the early days, certainly with single horses and ponies. But then the development and the technical advancement around the modern four-wheel competition vehicle, it is permissible for the para drivers to drive with two wheels, and they can also drive with pneumatic tyres. You will see, by and large, at FEI level competition, they're driving on what we call the solid wheels, solid tyres. It tends to be a rubber rim around the outside. They're quite a narrow rubber rim, and you just need to make sure that's well attached to the wheel. If that starts to come off, that can be quite unnerving. But you've got a good shot there just of the bobbing along of the swingle tree. I mentioned earlier that if you're using this breast collar as part of the harness, it's vital that where the traces run back to the front of the vehicle, you have that swingle tree, and then that prevents those shoulders being rubbed on the pony. So the correct fitting of the breast collar, we talk a lot about the fitting of the bit, but the breast collar is another very, very important part, just to make sure it's not too high and getting the horse in its windpipe, or too low and on the points of the shoulder. And when you have a horse or a pony like this, that its neck is relatively low set onto its shoulders, you can almost have the base of the neck going into the point of the shoulder. And so the lower set the neck is, the harder it is to fit this breast collar properly and to make sure that it's either not rubbing or just catching the pony. So it's quite an art form, and it's one of the reasons why we have these new or relatively new brawlers, or empathy collars they're called, where they arch up just over that shoulder point, and then they have a bit of a dip. But they can divide people a little bit. They're not always easy to fit properly. And then you have that neck strap that goes over the top, and just on either side, just those round turrets that help hold the reins in places. The turrets are also the rings on top of the saddle. We'll call it a pad when we get onto the four-in-hands, but it has a very little tree on the inside, and it has a sort of solid inside shaped like a miniature saddle, which is why we call it the saddle in single harness. Our single drivers are expected to drive with this britching. It's considered to be much safer if they do, because that is the braking system. Although you've got your brakes on your four-wheeled vehicle, you don't have them on a two-wheeled vehicle, so you need that system, so the horse will just sit back and it's britching a bit when you want to come down a place or slow down. So Yvonne Hellenbrand, again, and you'll just see she's got her driving apron on there to keep her warm and protect her from the rain, and just acknowledging the crowds with her whip as she goes out. Yvonne, who has been on the German team before, she was part of the gold medal winning team in 2021 when the championship was in Schildau, alongside Alexandra Roda, who we will see later. She's rounding off proceedings for the Grade 2 Dressage, and Heine. So they are all here driving again. They were a cracking team, and they won gold in 2021. So another experienced athlete we've just seen before us. So she pops herself into first place with what was a very rhythmical and balanced test, 56.40, and all bar one of our judges united on that being the best of the three they've seen in this lunchtime session. So how our marks go from 123.5 at C up to 139 at R. So an interesting range of marks there. But 56.40 for Yvonne. And that pops her into the lead of the three that have gone so far in the Grade 2 class. Driving her Haflinger called Anderson. Just see somebody coming down there with a grey behind the individual concessions, their shops there. We have, I say, just a road between the trees, and then on the other side there is a golf course. And the gang here was saying that in order to get their grass looking really good and properly prepared for the championships this weekend, they have called upon the expertise of the groundsman from the golf course. So why not when they're your next door neighbours? There are golfers just on the other side of those trees as we speak. So our fourth Grade 2 athlete coming forward is Ingmar Venman, and she has been leading the publicity alongside Bram Chardon, who bopped in there just a bit earlier on when Tracy was doing her test, and they have been the ambassadors for the event. So they've been dealing with some of the Dutch vloggers and bloggers. That's how it goes at this point in the 21st century to publicise an event. So Bram's been having to do a lot of this alongside Ingmar, and they have been the official event ambassadors for the weekend here in Exloo. So she is on the Dutch team alongside Josine, who we saw earlier, and Jacques Poppen, who was our penultimate Grade 1 driver. So Ingmar Venneman, again, another very experienced driver for Dutch teams on the squad, a medalist. The team won. There wasn't much between it, but they were just pipped in Schildau in 2021 by the Germans. There was only, 9 points between them, which over 3 phases with 3 competitors is pretty tight. So she was on the silver medal team last time, so they will want to write that, but she was on the gold medal winning teams in 2016 and 18. So this is a lady who knows what it takes to be at the top of the sport. Siglavi Linada, that's a very famous prefix if you follow your Lipizzaner breeding. And we're going to see some great examples of them over the next 2 days with the four-in-hands. We've got some lovely examples of the breed coming, particularly from Hungary, later on in the proceedings. But in the meantime, for the Dutch team, and also will be another contender, she would hope, for an individual medalist on the podium, Ingemar Venneman for the Netherlands. Now just look at her hand. She's driving there with the bar on the reins, but just using her right hand as an assistance there. And another one whose groom has been permitted to use this additional aid in the whip, just gently on the horse's sides from behind. It's wonderful, just the expansiveness of enabling everybody to make this go as smoothly as possible for everyone. Similar sort of carriage to the ones we've seen most people driving today. The variation on a theme, these fairly lightweight four-wheeled vehicles. The weight of the vehicle is particularly important when we come to the marathon. There are set weights, which I'll talk you through when we come to that phase on Saturday. Again, these important wheel widths. But just in terms of the equipment that's being used, it has to be sound. These carriages will be regularly maintained and serviced, probably by the manufacturers. A lot of them are made in Poland, but there are good builders in Hungary and Germany and Holland as well. But there are variations on a theme. So the single seat, and it tends to have a sort of wedge-shaped cushion that keeps the driver propped up so that they're able to just, all being well, stabilize themselves through the lower body. And halt there. And then just coming off that centre line back onto the track, trying just to maintain that walk. Yes, you want a nice rhythmic walk, but there was just a little bit of anticipation. This is a horse that knows, perhaps, or might well know the test. Quite a lot of width to the shafts behind the horse, just to enable plenty of freedom of movement, and it's much easier for that horse to bend right the way through its body, not just through the neck and shoulders, when it has a bit more room. And then the shafts come in and just join at that sort of midpoint of the pad, and they'll be using sort of quite tightly buckled tugs. That's the part of the harness that keeps those end loops in place. You don't want too much movement, because on these four-wheeled vehicles you have what we call independent shafts. When you have two shafts coming out of the front of a two-wheeled vehicle, the back band will be movable so that there is some movement. It doesn't put too much pressure on the horse's back. But when you have these independent shafts, the last thing you want is movement through the tugs and the side. Otherwise, there's a chance a shaft could ride up and go over the horse's back, and that's the last thing we want. So variation, again, on a theme for the harness, depending on what sort of vehicle you're driving. So with the independent shafts, you have these tightly buckled tugs to keep them in place that are quite different. Similar position on the horse and on the harness to if you had them coming up, probably sitting a little bit higher. But in the adapting of the vehicle over the years, so that we don't have the long end to the shaft, because when most carriages were designed, it was to go down roads and as means of transport. It was a utility object. Yes, there was an awful lot of driving done for pleasure, but you were going in a straight line. You certainly weren't asking your horses to do tight turns around obstacles or go in and out of water or perform serpentines and loops in an arena. So that's why we have adapted the build of the carriages over the years, and one of the key features has been just the change in the design of the shafts that comes up the side with these loop ends. Some people have what they call telescopic shafts, where they're almost on a spring and they move in and out. Some people really like them, some aren't so keen. And again, if your horse is asking to come round on a relatively tight turn during an obstacle, that can help it. So we may see more of the telescopic shafts when we come to the marathons with these single horses. So what looks to be a very good test from Ingmar, this lady who has medalled for the Netherlands in the past and is on the national team. Would be hoping that was just what was needed to set her stall for being back on the podium. So just to remind you from this morning, Tracy Bowman, our reigning Grade 1 world champion, she put down a really great test at 46.80, so she remains in first place for the Grade 1 class. But now with Grade 2, probably somebody we would expect to do well. Yes, she's just gone into second, so yeah, behind Yvonne, who's also a previous medalist. So that's 58.64. And again, one that the judge, we had two put her in first place, two in second, and one in third. 10 points roughly between the judges, not as much as we've seen for some other people. So Klaus at C, 124.5, probably nearest at R, 125.5. Lower mark from P, 122.5, at V, 128.5, and then the better mark, well, somebody who's awarding probably slightly more marks across the movements at S. That's Anne-Marie Turbe from France. So Ingmar will have just come out of the arena and done a turn round to the left to come past obstacles 1 and 2, and she will currently be stopping for that bit check and the wheel width check, but all just part of the proceedings. These sorts of things for these athletes will have been well and truly ensured that they're all right. So next in, again, a gentleman who needs very little introduction in terms of para-driving, Mick Ward. And he is on the British team. He's been a British para-champion on many occasions and has been at several World Championships before. In 2012, he was in 7th place, and the team went bronze. In 2014, he was 3rd. In 2018, 4th, and there was a team at bronze. So a very, very experienced athlete. Again, competing for the British. So it was in Kronenberg on Dutch soil where he won team's bronze in 2018, and on home ground in 2014 at Sandringham, where he was an individual bronze medalist. So Mick, who's one of our very experienced para-equestrians, driving here in Exloo with his 17-year-old gelding, who's a Welsh cross Hackney Douglas. And he also has a Section C pony as a backup. So Mick Ward, and there was fighting talk from Mick in the stabling area yesterday. He's very keen to be going back with another medal to add to his collection here in Exloo with Douglas. Grade 2 driver for the British team. So both the Welsh and the Hackney breeds, firm favourites as carriage driving horses. They've got the intelligence, the stamina. It's in their blood and their bones to be driven horses. They can be quite lively. The intelligent horses but with that, you also get wonderful, wonderful animals who generally live a long time and enjoy the job. They're animals that enjoy having the work and will rise to the occasion at an event such as this. So movement number 4 already for Mick Ward from Great Britain. Deviation in working trot, what the judges are looking for with these 2 10-metre deviations, so that it's putting the outside of the turnout onto that, what we call the 3/4 line. So each quarter line is 10 metres. Impulsion, good contact, activity of the hindquarters, something I've alluded to throughout this morning. Nice elastic steps, so there's a freedom to the steps, making it look totally natural. You don't want anything to look forced. It's got to be as natural as possible. We use the term on the bit, but what it does mean that the horse is accepting of the bit, that its jaw is relaxed. If you've got tension in the bit, that'll come. You, as the driver, are very likely to be the one creating the tension. So particularly when you're competing with the pressure on you for representing your nation, as Mick is here, really important to just control the breathing and the nerves and make sure that any tension you have does not get transmitted down to the horse. What we say in driving, what's in the brain goes down the rein. So you almost have to have, we say, brains in your hands, get them working separately, but the horse will feel exactly what you feel. This sort of symbiotic relationship that the horse and the driver have. The telepathic communication at some levels, they know exactly what you're feeling, and particularly if you've got a combination like Mick and Douglas that have done a lot together. They can read us like we can read them. And that's a good hold on the centre line. Just bring your head up, Douglas, come on. He's just having a little chew on the bit. And what you're looking for is a lovely straight strike off. We just had a little deviation there. But that's the 6-second halt, and then the movement is. So just as the nose, that was very accurate from Mick, comes up onto X, there's probably a pile of sawdust there. And again, it's something you have to train your horse or pony to when you first start riding or driving in dressage. That not all the time, if you're on grass, sometimes they mow up the centre line, sometimes they'll have bits of sawdust marking those sort of 3 key points down the centre line, and you need to make sure that your horse doesn't spook or try and sidestep it. So again, another one of the many things that has to be sorted out in training. Just look at the end of the shaft there with Mick's slightly different configuration, sort of more of an indication of what an old-fashioned traditional type shaft would look like with the end on it, the sort of without the loop. Either is perfectly permissible, just make sure that it fits the horse properly and everything's safe and well maintained. That's what you need. So he's done that half 20-metre circle and just the outside wheel. That's all very accurate from Mick clipping the line. And then you want a nice straight, no waggling from the carriage as you're going down to rejoin at H. And again, coming in just before the letter to give yourself enough time to rebalance to come into that corner. The half halts, there'll be all sorts of half halts going on, just a slight squeeze on the reins. It's almost just like a slight gear change to alert the horse that you're going to be changing direction or you're going between your movements. They will all have their ways of communicating between them, the different little codes, be it through voice, hand, shifting and balance of the body weight of the driver. All of these barely perceptible ways of communicating that we can't see from the outside, but there's a lot going on in that turnout. And the 5 pace, rein back. You see the quarters just going down a little bit. That's absolutely fine. What you want is a little, the head, don't want too much movement in the head to stay roughly level with where it would be in the other movements. Try not to lose too much rhythm on your turn. Again, in driving, it's really important you set yourself up for your corners. That's quite a tight turn. And keeping your rhythm, whether you're on the straight or on the bend, that's what we're aiming for. Again, accurate from Mick there on the centre line, back to Kay. Keeping Douglas concentrating, because suddenly you've got lots of crowd, you've got people pointing cameras at you, flags flying. Just make sure the horse doesn't get distracted by what's happening. Looks like Avrina's down there filming it. And you want a nice turn right onto the centre line with this extension. No breaking into a canter. It's just such a fine line. Asking for that. And, oh. There we go. And a halt from Mick. Halt and salute from Mick. So Mick, part of the big British squad that are over here. They've got a great camp going on the other side of the building there, supported by Maria and Trish Jones, as well as all the trainers. Sarah and Robert, Chef to Keep, Julie Cam, and all sorts of supporters. We've got another Mick who's doing the cooking for them all, and that puts Mick Ward into third place. So the judges, fairly united in terms of their placing, had him for them third and fourth, but he has done enough to put himself into third place at the moment. So quite a gap between Mick and Ingmar, but tightens up a little bit between Mick and Ad, third and fourth. But range again in our marks from 114.5 at V up to 130.5 at S. But adding it all up and then working out the average penalties puts Mick on a score of 62.80.
For the United States of America, next to our horses, each member of the USA,
and next in, you might have just heard in the background my colleague announcing what's going on here at Exloo, and the last of the American drivers come through, and they've had a cracking morning so far. We've got Diane Castamer, another experienced driver on the squad, and with the star next to her name denotes that she is part of the American team, alongside Tracy, who is currently in first place in the Grade 1 class, and Diane, who has represented the nation before. She was part of the bronze medal winning team in 2014 at Sandringham, alongside Bob Giles, who was driving here earlier. So another driver here, and even going back as far as 2008, before the paradriving came under the FEI umbrella, but Diane was competing in Germany and she was on a silver medal winning team then. Going back even further, going up my list, in 2002 in Greven Blockholt, again in Germany, on a bronze medal winning team. So another one, probably alongside Bob, Jacques and Heine, of our really experienced para-equestrians. So Diane Castamer driving Tibby for the United States of America. Onto our Grade 2 class now. We still have the same judges that we've had all morning, representing Germany, Poland, France, Spain and the Netherlands, all very experienced and will have gone through, again, a rigorous training process for the judging at the FEI. We have a probationary system and all sorts of things, so important that we have high caliber judges, which we do at this level. So Diane is another one of the American team who's come all the way from California, Arroyo Grande. So and had a taste for gold, and actually is a grade 1 athlete in 2006 in Hellendoorn in the Netherlands. So she has been a lifelong equestrian and started competing with homebred Appaloosas, but later competed with a pair of Section D Welsh cobs. Gosh, I bet they were powerful, Rupert and George. And she drove them single, pair and tandem, just showing the versatility of the Welsh breeds. She competes against all sorts of drivers on the west coast of America and occasionally over on the east coast at intermediate and advanced level. So first represented the US of A at Paradriving World Championships in 2000. And back then was driving a borrowed Welsh Cob stallion. So many medals in the cabinet for Diane Kastemer, and great to have her here as the final one of the American team going through. They've put in a great showing today, and Diane will be under strict instructions to do the same. So this is the free walk, and actually, whether you're riding or driving, it can be one of the most difficult movements to get right, because you want a nice stretch of frame, but you don't want to lose impulsion and activity. So the horse has got to lengthen out. You want the nose to go down a little bit, you want the neck to extend, but you don't want it to fall asleep on you. Equally, you don't want it to be too tense. Sometimes, actually, if you do lengthen the rein, the horse isn't sure where to go with it. So it's one of the harder movements to get right, and often in ridden dressage, you can have double marks for it. It's one of the ones that carries some extra weighting to it. So it is one of the ones that needs stretching. Some horses absolutely love the opportunity to stretch out, and others just find that they can't quite go to where they need to be. So again, lots of training to perfect that particular movement. So these are the loops. So if you thought Diane wasn't driving a corner, quite the opposite. These are the loops that are specified between C and L. So L is that midpoint at the bottom end of the arena on the center line, and then this whole the 5 steps back. So remembering for the 80 by 40 arena, which is what we have in these classes, 2 loops of 27.5 meters. But if you have the 100 meters length, then it's 35. So those of you that spotted just the extra, almost look like legs going down the side of the arena, that's what will be opened out for the 4-in-hands later on when we extend the length of the arena to 100 meters. There's been lots of debate recently at all sorts of high levels at the FEI about reducing the length of the arena for 4-in-hands to 80 centimetres. Lots of reasons for doing it. It enables more venues to perhaps host dressage events for driving that don't have a length of 100 metres available. It's a very big area that you need, but it's felt, certainly amongst the 4-in-hand drivers, they're very, very keen to keep that 100 metres length. Whether they talk about it for tradition, that was the length that was decided back in the day with Prince Philip and the early driving rules. There is a school of thought that the horses, such as a lot of the warm bloods, do really benefit, and over and above some of the other breeds in terms of being able to lengthen across an arena, but really and truly the feeling is that they want to keep the 100-metre arena if possible. So Diane Castamer and Tibby for the United States of America, just trotting out, and I'm sure there'll be a great contingent of the Americans out there just to greet her when she gets out. Another super experienced driver, won many medals over the years of all shades, and would be hoping to do the same again as part of a very strong American team. Don't forget her teammate Tracy Bowman is currently lying in first place and has every intention of her defending her Grade 1 title. So just waiting for Diane's scores to come through. And the surface of that arena is holding out really well. We've got 25 para drivers, and we've only got another 3 to go. So we've had 22 going, plus we had Joris early on with his pony team running through his test just to tune up the judges. And the arena's looking great. So this will be a score that everybody's waiting for. And, oh gosh, into 5th for Dan. So 64.48. Let's see how the judges felt about that. 2 popped her in 5th place, which is where she is. 1 at 2nd, 3rd and 4th each. And again, a bit of a range, not quite as wide a range as we've seen elsewhere. At C, Klaus gave her 113.5, pretty much in alignment with V at 114.5. Then we've got 118, then jump up to at S, 100. Yeah, just gone off the screen at the moment, but we'll give that to you. Yeah, 124 at S, and then at R, 127. Next in, we're into the last 3 of our para-equestrian athletes this morning. Well, into lunchtime here in Holland, in Exloo. Freddie Sotter for Belgium. We have a strong Belgian team for the 4-in-hands, which will be starting off a bit later on. Tom Stockmans is going for them with the 4-in-hands later, but Freddie, the sole representative para-equestrian. And actually, he and Lindsay were kind hosts to Emma Golding, who you might remember went through earlier on for Ireland. And she stopped off and made the most of their hospitality, actually driving through a part of Belgium that they said was really quite moving and historic in terms of some of the memorials and evidence of what had gone on in past world wars in that part of the world. So Freddie is here for Belgium. He has been driving for many years. Sloot's Lady Majestic. And without any compatriots, he is driving as an individual. And interestingly, just have a look at the tyres on the wheels. He's got what we call the pneumatic tyres, pumped up tyres, absolutely permissible, fine. You won't see that in too many other areas of driven competition, but that's okay. These sorts of pumped up wheels are used a lot on exercise carriages, which is fine, but that's the first time we've seen them being used in today's competition. The rear wheels always bigger than the front ones. There's quite a difference there, you can see. Sometimes they can be about the same size. You wouldn't generally have the big wheels, the front wheels bigger than the rear wheels, but there we go. Freddie just coming into the two 10-meter deviations. So this is one of the movements where you're really testing the suppleness of your horse and pony, making sure that it can show the transitions of bends well in quite a short area, but you're asking it to come away from the boards. You haven't got the security of the corner, corners are your friends in dressage. You can really use them to regroup, just to slightly adjust your rhythm, the half halt before you go into anything. They're often the prelude to going into another movement, quite often extension across, but use your corners. Don't drive too deeply, it can unbalance the horse, but they're just somewhere where you've got almost a second or two just to slightly recalibrate. Whereas when you're in the middle of the arena like that, there's nowhere to hide. And this figure of 8 movement, which is broken down in terms of the test as 4 half 20-meter circles. But again, a figure of 8 is something that is used a lot in training. And again, that's great for balance and suppleness, for getting the horse just to transfer between the bends. And if you do any showing under saddle or driven, certainly the showing scene is very big in the United Kingdom. A figure of 8 would probably be what you use for your individual display or your stand show, because again, it just shows the versatility of your horse. And on the diagonal, you'd have a straighter middle section with the driving and the riding if you're showing, and you use that to show a little bit of lengthening of pace and a nice extension. So slight fidget there from Freddie's pony, but just going on into the walk and just making sure that your horse doesn't go straight onto a trot, which is what they often do after a halt. Again, all about the training and accuracy, making sure that the judges can see he's gone over X. Yes, just jogging. There is nothing more frustrating than when your horse starts jogging in a walk or breaks into canter in an extension. But that's working with animals. Interesting end on the shafts for Freddie's turn out, and it's a sort of full circle loop there. Again, that's fine. They look like they might be telescopic shafts as well. But another four-wheeled vehicle with the groom's seat just perched on the back there. There'll be a little step so the groom can get on and off quite easily, which is really important for safety and all sorts of reasons. Just curling round over that centre line and going back to the side. And then this sort of reverse S shape, these 27.5 meter loops in your 80 meter arena, and then coming to this movement where there really is nowhere to hide. You're right in the arena. Everyone can see you across that center line, and asking for a rein back. Then coming into this quite tight bend in the bottom corner, just rebalancing the horse. It was something Bob did very well with his Welsh pony when it got quite fizzy, and he used that corner, all his experience, just to rebalance the horse. So by the time it was going over A, he got it back again. So the working trot that most of the dressage test is done in, that is what it is, a working trot. So that would be what you go aim for out on the roads. That is sort of your median point in terms of your trot. Obviously, you've got a medium and then advanced trot, and then you could come back to collection. But the working trot tends to be where you'll do a lot of your work in training and your daily driving. And for your horse to have a good natural trot, natural paces, have the elevation, have the ground coverage, those are all the sorts of things you're looking for in driving. And Freddie Sotter for Belgium, just nodding in salute at Klaus, our German judge at sea, and trotting briskly out of the arena. Freddie was actually at the last championships in Schildau, Germany. He was the grade 2 bronze medalist. So let's see if he's going to have done enough to put himself into contention again. That mark puts him currently into 6th place, 65.36. And how are the judges on this? Again, a bit of a range from 111.5 from P up to 128.5 at S. I think we can say that's a cover going onto the camera. So Freddie Sotter, that pops him just behind Diane and ahead of Jane McGarvey. So those middle scores from 3rd to 6th, all quite tight, not much between them. Yvonne's put some distance between herself and the others at 56.4. She remains in 1st place at the moment, Yvonne Hellenbrand for Germany, and behind her, one of the event's ambassadors for the Netherlands, Ingmar Venneman, on 58.32. They're the only 2 athletes in the grade 2 class so far who have gone under 60. Mick Ward for Great Britain in 3rd place at the moment on 62.80. First to go in the session was Ad van Markwyk, and he is on 63.28. In 5th, Diane Kastemer on 64.48. In 6th, Freddie Sotter, who's just been 65.36. And in 7th at the moment, Jane McGarvey on 69.84. We have 2 more to go before our lunchtime break, and then we crack on with the 4-in-hands. But Hans Arends for the Netherlands, he's driving as an individual, so he's our penultimate grade 2 athlete in this wonderful morning of singles dressage with our para driving world championship well underway. So Hans has been out competing this year already. He was an Exloo earlier in the season, and also Kronenberg and Beekbergen. Beekbergen, as we'll see later with the 4-in-hands, a lot of them were competing there. It was a great warm-up event for these European Championships. But Freddie was placed, Hans rather was placed in Kronenberg and Beekbergen so far this year. So he's had Looks like at Exloo he did very well in the marathon as well. So driving Pex here, who is a gelding. And wearing his orange tie there. Wherever you are at driving events, there's always a sea of orange tops with not only the Dutch squad and trainers, but all their many supporters, and there'll be fans as well. So across the sporting world, the orange of the Dutch athletes and supporters, and we have plenty here in Exloo, obviously. Cora Arend also supporting Hans. Oh, it's frustrating when that happens. Just trying to keep the horse and walk, and obviously encouraging it to lengthen out a bit, but just in that bit of encouragement, just toppled over into the trot. And that denotes just a little bit of tension. Again, that's something that the judges are looking out for, because you don't want to see the tension. And sometimes when there's a lot going on, as there is today, everybody, horses included, can get a little bit tense, and that's sometimes what can just trigger a break of pace, certainly in the walk. Now the bell has been rung, so Hans obviously just needs to regroup, just work out where he needs to restart from. It can happen so easily, you just get this mind blank as to which movement you should be doing. So we saw it earlier with Heine, even the most experienced of athletes, all of us can have this brain block. So just back to where he wants to be. The bell ring just denotes error, of course. Just acknowledging the judge there. Thank you. So round back to M. MV onto the extended trot. And it takes a lot of presence of mind to regroup yourself after you've made an error. It happens. It happens to everybody. Even the top dressage riders forget their tests sometimes. And getting your mind back on the case, trying not to get cross with yourself. It takes quite something. That can all happen afterwards, but whilst you're inside those boards, do the job in hand So he's done his extended trot. That was MV movement 11. Then we're on to these two loops between C and L, sort of reverse S. And now he can do his halt and rein back. He was a little bit hasty in getting there last time, I think we can say. That's it. Just establishing the halt. Rein back 5 steps. Making sure the driver is on the centre line, the horse and pony remains on the bit, and a nice square halt, so a leg or a foot in each corner, leg in each corner we say. Obedience, straightness, the horse isn't resisting through its jaw or becomes tense in its back or across the top of its neck. All these things can happen in a rein back because they've got to push back the vehicle as well, which is why the surface that is so good today does really help that movement. If the horse is pushing back into a fairly deep sand and fibre surface, can just make that movement a little less smooth than it might otherwise be. But this great sort of billiard table surface that we've got in Exloo, perfect for these movements to be executed properly. So what happens when the horse goes back? Obviously, the first thing that's going to happen, you push back on those loop ends of the shafts, but also that's where the britching really comes into play, around the horse's quarters. And so it pushes the vehicle back. Again, should just be quite a gentle, smooth transition, 4 paces back. But the rein back in the driven animal is a very, very important movement. If you think about the days when horses and carriages are being used for all sorts of things, mainly delivering, to be able to back your horse and carriage into an area was crucial. But it remains an important part of training. And there we go. That was Hans Arends for the Netherlands, our second to last grade 2 athlete over lunchtime here in Exloo. We've got one more to come for the German team. Alexandra Roeder, another one of our experienced athletes who has been a previous medalist. In Sandringham in 2014, she was the grade 2 gold medalist. In 2016 and 18, both in the Netherlands, she was silver. So another stalwart of the German team, and also has been an individual medalist. So she was gold last time alongside Heine and Yvonne in Schildown 2021, and in 2016-18 in Beast and Kronenberg she was on the silver medal winning team. Interestingly, the order at both those events in 2016 and 18 were Netherlands, Germany and Great Britain, or both of those. And both teams had exactly the same members, so that's very interesting. Quite a number of whom, Jacques and Ingmar for the Netherlands, are competing again. Heine and Alexandra for Germany, and Deborah, Daniel and Mick Ward for the British. So just goes to show the consistency they've had over the years through their results. And then in Schildau, Alexandra was on the gold medal winning German team, along with Yvonne and Heine. And then we had Jacques and Ingmar, who, sadly, Francesca Den Elsen, who's been another important figure for the Dutch team for many years. She's not competing this time, so her place has been taken by Josine, but you heard Bram mentioning her earlier in connection with Tracy and the pony Lars. So rounding off the proceedings for our grade 2 para drivers, Alexandra Roeder from Germany, a lady who is well used to competing at World Championships, and herself has taken home quite a few medals and would have every intention of doing so again. Driving Equistar Lucy, and I was watching them in training yesterday. It all looks very smooth and together. A lot has gone into this turnout. Long length of leg for this horse, which does make certainly these diagonals look very impressive. Very supple and certainly extremely attentive during training, listening to Alexandra's aids, the horses. You couldn't hear her saying anything. So the last time we'll see this today, we go on to a different dressage test for the four-in-hands. And so these two 10-metre deviations, like a backwards B, if you can picture that in your mind. There's two bumps off the side of the arena. And then what you want to do, just coming past your judge, see the president of the jury just establish a nice rhythm and show going in and out of both those corners, not missing a beat. And then on to this middle figure of 8, which is a half circle right from B to X, 20 meters, then X to E. And then you come round back on yourself, circling to the left, and then again to right. That's movement number 6. And then you're coming back round on the right rein, and that's where you want to stay. To go across your diagonal. So just a half halt there, just square up the horse, ready for that ask. So working trot, and important that you've got that good bend going between that final half circle and across that short diagonal. And then coming up for sort of parallel to the long sides this halt. We've got 2 halts in this test at this point, so one crossways and one lengthways. But probably the most difficult part of this movement is just getting that straight move off, and the judge, particularly at sea, has a great view just to make sure the horse doesn't step sideways. Actually much more difficult than it sounds to get the horse to stretch and step forward, because you're asking it to go straight into a free walk. So you've lengthened your rein, so to ask it to go forward, and we've seen quite a few of them understandably just take a slight step sideways because you've lengthened your contact a bit. That's actually a deceptively difficult movement. Back into your working trot. The trot tends to be the comfort zone for most people. And again, across the diagonal, a slightly longer diagonal this time from M to V, and that asks for the extended trot. And that's where you want to see a clear definition, but without losing your rhythm, without it becoming a run, none of which we see at this level. But clear lengthening of stride, which must be done in conjunction with the impulsion coming from behind, from those rear legs up through the hocks. And that's why we talk about the elasticity being so important and the athleticism of the horse, so they are fit to do that, that the back is able to support it properly. Positioning of the head is so important, and again, it's something that the eye tends to go to, certainly in the driven horse, and you don't want the head to be too far in front or behind the vertical. Should just sit on or slightly in front of the vertical. And again, that rein back, you saw the haunches going down a bit, and a good clean transition to working trot. That should score fairly well. That was a nice clean definition between the backwards, the forwards, and then a trot. This should be a reasonably high scoring test from Alexandra. So this movement is one that's used a lot in training, this sort of half circle, and it's a good way to change the rein. It's quite a good device, this pear-shaped loop and then a straight one, because you're asking quite a lot of your horse in one movement. You're asking for straightness, accuracy, bend on both reins. So certainly in driving, it's a movement we use quite a lot. And then right on the centre line, very accurate test, and I'm sure the German squad will be delighted with that. What a test to round off this fantastic opening day here in Exloo at the Hippisch Centrum in Drenthe, not far from the German border, and that has been a wonderful test to round off the activity this morning from all our para drivers. So let's see where she's going to be with that. With Equistar Lucy, Alexandra Roda for the German team. Don't forget the star next to her name denotes that she is driving as part of the team as well as an individual. And these drivers were also paired up for the hand-in-hand trophy, which we will talk about as the weekend goes on, where a four-in-hand driver and one of the para drivers are paired up together, either from the same nation or from different nations, and the and goes into first place, 48.96. And the judges completely united on that. What a great note to end on. So unity from the judges and a very smooth test with a lot of quality about it. It did have an X factor to it from Alexandra, so that is a great mark from her and puts her a country mile ahead of Yvonne Hellenbrand, her compatriot, also another experienced athlete on the team. Germany got a great squad forward. So Germany 1 and 2 in the grade 2 class, and then in third position Ingmar Venman. So there is confirmation of the scores, and the only sub-50 score after the dressage in the grade 2 category, Alexandra Roda on 48.96, and that gives her a really big advantage going into the marathon. So the para equestrians, they have a day off tomorrow. They can go back and relax just a bit. I would suspect they're all out looking once again at the obstacles, looking at all the options. Tighter between second and third place, Yvonne and Ingmar, not much between them. And then for the next batch of drivers, Mick Ward, who's just been nudged down into fourth place, but very much in contention in the 60s. So a tremendous morning of dressage opening up this double championship here in Exloo. We will take a break in the proceedings and be back at 2:30 local time. So that is in just under an hour when we open with our horse four in hand, Harry Stoiker, who is driving as an individual for the Netherlands, and he's followed by Hans Huys, also for the Netherlands, Markus Stottmeister for Germany, Peter Huers for Hungary, and then another one of the Hungarian drivers, Simon Sendotov, and Tom Stockmans for Belgium. And then we've got one more lot in the afternoon, which includes some more medal contenders in Michael Brokler for Germany, the marathon specialist, Benjamin Ayoub, a previous European individual medalist for France, driving his Lusitanus Coupe de Ronde, who everyone would expect to be predicted to have a team, at least a team gold medal for the Netherlands. And so a very strong showing this afternoon. Come back, they're just extending the arena, as you can see. We're going to take a break and we'll be back just before 2:30.